Hello everyone, welcome to the start of my stream. Can everyone see me? Can everyone hear me? Hopefully they can. Let me know if you can see or hear. Hello everyone, welcome to the start of my stream. Can everyone see me? Can everyone hear me? Hopefully they can. Awesome. Right, here we go. Start of Season 6, Rings of Power, Kings of Men. First time I've played this season, so we're just now logging in for the first time. Got to pick our starting location in this, which is new, to be honest. Just checking whereabouts to spawn. There's so many regions you can pick from, which is pretty awesome. Area door up here. And Edwaith as well. I'm going to spawn up here in Durin's Vale. Serve maintenance in progress. Hopefully that goes away and loads us in. It's a whole new mechanic, being able to pick our spot, which is pretty awesome. Hello everyone in chat. Thank you for joining us. Better claim our free Matham, and here we are. This is our starting location. Let's see where we've been placed. So right in the middle of Durin's Vale, and thankfully in range of both two scout towers, which is awesome. And lots of crossings as well, so there'll be plenty of opportunity for us to level up as well. Let's get this going. So let's get apothecary going. Just get a few things building right off the bat. There we go. Awesome. And we need to think about getting the new construction pass and a few of these things sooner rather than later. So I think we'll pick up the new construction queue now, just to speed things up a little bit. Give me 2 seconds. And then we'll start setting our commanders on some marches as well. Just taking the screen off, so I don't want you all seeing every one of my personal details. We're also picking up the limited pack for 10 Mathams, as well as the limited pack for the stamina potion as well, as both of those will come really in handy in this first couple of hours. Better to do it now than later. There we are. Right, let's get going. So first thing I'm going to want to do is set up my commanders for taking early game tiles. And I'm going to start off with Gandalf the Grey. Actually, I'm also going to want to conscript troops and just get them underway. Oh, barracks limit reached. Well, we're kind of running into obstacles as we go. Let's just get a few of these things going then. Once barracks is done, there we go. Now we should be able to conscript a few more troops. There we go. Oh no, still at barracks limit. Just keep everything else building along. Hopefully we get our barracks up to level 3 quickly. We can then start conscripting a few more troops. I don't ever want to have troops not conscripting. But we can also for now just gear up our commander. So we're going to start with Gandalf the Grey, obviously. Pretty standard gear on him here. And we're just going to go for the standard PvE build. 2 in Wizard, 1 in Surge. Maximise as much as possible Mithrandir and Convener, which we can almost fully max. Should probably have put a point, actually. Yeah, I should be putting a point into 2 points into the grey and 1 into blind side for that stun, and then put the rest into Convener and Mithrandir. Just get Gandalf the Grey up and running so we can do an early march and find hopefully a 15 power tile directly in range, which it doesn't look like there is. There's a couple of 10s. Let's get a few other commanders going, in which we're also going to be using as our tilers and trying to work out which commanders will be best. Of course, we have Dwal in here as well, who will be excellent, but for now we want to use him as one of our main tilers, so we don't want to use up his stamina on low power tiles ideally, because he's also going to be one of our main tilers. So we'll just maximize his healing as well. There we go. And who else will we use? Potentially Eowyn for the ability for this melee units and men damage. I think we will do. Won't be long until we have mounted units either. There we go. Increase men damage as well. Awesome. And then we'll give her some proper, actually usable gear. Let's give her a cutlass with melee might. Let's give her a scale mail. Helm wise, we'll give her the brutal helmet for bonus HP. And last but not least, I think we might give her carved dragon tooth for the bonus attack on units. So there we go, we've got 3 tilers ready to go. I'm going to put some troops on her just to get that level 10. Just so we can then also get Gandalf the Grey and Dwalin moving. Because we want to get their stamina kind of regenerating as soon as possible, ideally. While they're doing that, let's get all our queues on the run. There we go. So we do have, in this server, this does look to be quite a stacked server, which is good. It's what I'm looking forward to. We have several big fellowships in here. I don't know which ones have been made yet. JR, if you could hurry up and make home, that would be very much appreciated. But you see we have Power in here with Lord David, a team we've played with before. A very strong team, and I can see a couple of you on the stream as well, so welcome. We also currently have SDCC and Lord as well. So that's good to see. And there should be a few other very strong teams in here. I believe there's X-Hub and 2B as well in here, who are 2 other big, primarily roleplay teams like us, kind of taking their first steps into non-roleplay as well. So it's good to see there's other strong teams in here, but other teams that have kind of faced the same troubles as us in finding good roleplay servers. Right, that's Gandalf on the move for that one. Let's see what other 15 power tiles we've got around. There's one there. Mostly 10s around here, to be honest. And we need more stone than anything. 15 here, followed by a 30. There's not a lot of 15s in our general vicinity. Which direction do we want to go in? So we have 40, we have 30 and 15. That's not going to be gettable, so maybe we'll go for this 15 and this one here as well. And I don't think we'll waste Eowyn for that either, because we can use another commander to take level 1 tiles. Let's use Gil Galad for that. You know, it's only level 1 tiles, and we don't have really troops for him, so it doesn't matter too much. So we'll just put a point into Icicle for the stun. We're not going to be able to use the evade as we don't have troops for that, so we'll just put points into White Council for damage mitigation. And then maybe there we go. Just so we have another commander who, when equipped, can take just those 0 to 1, those 1 power tiles, and he can get us over towards these 2 15s over here. We want to get Dwalin stamina regenerating also. Lots of people active in World Chat already. Let's see if home has been made. Still no, but we've got a few more popping up as well. We have Rise here, and we also have Drum as well. Send you good luck in your new season from CMPS. Thanks, Warlord. Very much appreciated. Let's see how long until home's popping up. Alright, let's get Gil over here as well. Get Dwalin and Gandalf moving on these over here. Build wise, there's plenty more to be getting on with. We are running a little bit low on resources, but we can soon pick up the Horseman's stable. I'm not too bothered by the northern quarters. So let's go there. We also need to reinforce Gandalf as well before he can march on this 15, because you never want to march with, half an army. I think it's in 3, that'd be fine. We should probably strip some from Eowyn for now until we use her again. So it looks like the rewards, I've never played this season, so it looks like the rewards are very similar to other campaigns. Yeah, very similar rewards. So what have we got at the minute? Same old 80,000 tiles. The targets on here will be a little bit different. I'll have a run through of those later. Ranking wise, personal production, we have quite a few people off and running nice and early. Lots of players here, which is good to see. Oh, I had Dwalin on return for some reason. Oh, we took quite a few more losses than I was expecting. Probably because all his gear's only currently 50%, so hopefully he can get that up to 100 pretty sharpish and minimise those losses. Let's get us over towards that tile there as well. And then we should get a level up with Gandalf here as well. We are, of course, very low on iron at the moment, which, along with stones, pretty standard procedure. Got our first level up with Gandalf, so we're just going to put again that point into Mithrandir. Right, Gandalf also lost about 50, so it looks like 50 seems to be about the standard for this level to kind of lose. Just turn off return and send Dwalin out again. You start dropping these 1 power tiles as well. Right, let's get some more resources in the bag. Just grab one of these, maybe 2. No, not 2, because we're going to go over our grain storage limit. So now we can continue building. Let's build the Fellowship Hall so we can get those helps in as soon as possible. Grain Tribute, and also the Númenórean quarters as well. And it's going to be a case of just spam building for a minute just to get those quarters up, because we're going to need those to be upgraded just so we can get, the higher conscription posts as soon as possible. There we go, green. And in 20 seconds we'll be able to build a new conscription post as well. We want to try and rush to get these tier 2 troops as soon as possible, really, these spearmen, so that we can start taking higher power tiles as soon as possible. There we go, that's Dwalin in, and we do have a new neighbour, which is Cepeda 72. Player not played with or against before, but this is the issue with Kings of Men, is where people can pick their spawn. He's going to start appearing in this area, and there's going to start being a scrap for tiles. Whether he chooses to start taking my tiles or not, it will be wait to be seen, or whether we choose to take his as well. We can look to expand out this way and start taking the tiles sooner rather than later. Right, where else have we got some 15 power tiles, ideally stone? There's not a lot around us. Got 10s over here, so maybe we'll have to head this way. Not seeing a lot more stone. What have we got here? Depth defenders. Right, let's look for just low power stone. That's what we want. Not 1 power, 15. Now there is one of them there, I suppose. 30 in the way, but let's just send Gil-galad over here to connect those two together. Dwalin, of course, also got to level up, so we can get him 1 more into his healing. Now let's get building. Still can't quite get that conscription post. Of course, our stone and ore protection production both goes up with these quarters. Now there's only 2 quarters in your main hall. Each of these does 2 resources each, so these are definitely worth upgrading. I'm probably not going to go for the various yurts. But yeah. JR, hurry up and open home fellowship so we can start leveling it up. Right, I think, yeah, there's the grain tribute in, so we can start upgrading the conscription post. Numenorian quarters done as well, so we're going to start going on the eastern quarters as well. And we should have home up and running in approximately a minute's time. Just waiting for the option to unlock, basically. Gil-galad's still doing his job of just picking up really useless tiles. There's not too many linked at the minute. Hopefully once we get the fellowship in as well, if we start getting, like Chiz spawned right near me here, once we're both in fellowship we can start linking to each other's tiles as well, which will make things a little bit easier. So what mobs do we have here? We have elven mobs here, and we also have Isengard mobs as well, which can be very useful, as under the ring powers now there is this skill here called conversion, which allows you to select mobs near your settlement and persuade the mob to join you in your barracks. So what this means is, if I used it on, say, one of these with the not with a sapper, but there's one with a breaker or something similar, we could be able to get some of the tier 2 alchemists in our barracks early on, which would be very useful for capturing tiles as quickly as possible. That's Gandalf up to level 7. Now there's a couple of 10 power tiles over here I could look to pick up. I don't really want them, to be honest. I want these 15s, but I might pick up these 10s in order to get to the 15. But can Gandalf take a 30 now? I suspect he probably can, if it's the right, the right 30. But I'll just wait for one more level so I don't, lose too many troops. What do I need? 1400 XP, and for these 15 power tiles we're getting 1600 XP. So one more 15 power tile and he will be there. Where are we going to look to go? I think it's pretty much this one here is the only choice. So I'm going to gear up Eowyn with troops, I think. Jump a few of these off here. Troop her up, and then she can take these 2 10 power tiles and then send Gil-galad towards the 15 power tile. There we go, a few more constructions done. A bit low on stone for that one, but that's easily solved. Oh, we haven't bought the season pass as well. I knew I'd forgotten something. There we go, get the resources in, stone. Now we have to build the horseman's stable, there we go. Speed that one up. Easy. There we go, loads more resources in now. I'm actually going to upgrade our storage as well. Inscription post, and then we need level 4 main hall, which requires these two to be done. So I think we can just speed through. Get these done sooner rather than later. Get that main hall done. So we need 25,000 stones. There's another spate of claims as well on the chapter progression, just to get as much stone in as possible. Stone, as always, is the limiting factor in this game. 7,500 in, so we're so close now. A few of these should get us there. We're of course massively over on our grain, so we need to get our market in as soon as possible as well. There we go, main hall in, and let's get the market built if we can, and get exchanging that grain as soon as possible. Where's Eowyn at the minute? There we go. She's not losing many, thankfully, which is good because it's only a 10 power tile. I wouldn't expect her to. Let's boost that men damage and get her to take the next tile along. There's a nice rich density here of like 130, 150s. We've got 200 right touching our base as well, which is very good. A couple of other 200s, so we have a choice of what we want to go for. Right, let's take those off her now and get Gil-galad on his way. Start dropping this tile as well. Yep, season pass claim, very good. So what do we need? We need to create or join a fellowship. Let's get request in for home. Are we going to have to join in order to proceed? We are. Gil-galad's still moving this way. If we go to this tile, we then have access to this 10 here as well. There's a few other 15s over here that could be useful for leveling up other commanders. There we go, we've joined the fellowship. We are now in home. Let's see who's in at the moment. JR, of course, we have Gore, we have Pale, Sampi Durin, Beatsy Fireballs, who's a new join from our last season. The Nefarious Omen, you're all welcomes back this season. We also have Viola and Faust as well. Just great to see everyone back. And that of course means we can claim this and get the next level of resources in. And we're going to just speed straight through that market because we need it as soon as possible to start burning that grain into other resources. So where is it? Market, there we go. So we can turn grain into lumber. Not ideal that, we'd hope for maybe a little bit better. Let's go grain into stone first and foremost. Just realised I also haven't upgraded my troops or set any more conscripting yet, which is very novice. Let's get both of these going. And we can also sell a lot of our equipment for a huge amount of gold. There we go. Which we can then use to upgrade our troops. Which should reduce the amount of losses we get right off the bat. So like these militia here, we can have a good chance of reducing their damage. And similarly with the mounted units, reduce their damage as well. So there we go, we take quite a lot more losses, quite a lot fewer losses, sorry. I should have done that a little bit sooner. But oh well. Let's get Gandalf up to fully stocked troops and then take this 15 that we've paired to. Only concern I do have locationally is, whilst these crossings will be very good for training, of course, they are limiting the amount of ground we have, so we're going to be forced to spread out kind of this right-hand direction. Our Bone GT is here, it's another one of our clan. Slight concern for this player here, as he will start getting surrounded soon by a lot of our home players. Let's get going and start speaking to some people in. Lots of people getting up and running. I always love this early bit of the season when you can see, you know, everyone's flying off early in production. Early on, we've got this player here, King Keul of the Yar clan, setting off out the hot early, and we've also got Duchy as well, who's always up near at the top. We've also got Helmut, Johnny, Benef, Alderin, lots of nice quick starts, and a few homies in there as well, which is always great to see. Now let's increase that chance of convener. How are we looking stamina wise? No one's on full and just wasting time, so that's good. Are there any other commanders we'd like to get up and running? Potentially a Isildur, but we don't have any elves to use with his last alliance, and I don't want to waste up the ability points once we have it on the ring. Potentially, I think Theoden could be our next shout, though. He's primarily mounted units. At the minute, we don't have any mounted units. So potentially the next best could be someone like King of Men, potentially. Who, if we just, you know, increase this healing as much as possible, then we could, you know, he could be fairly strong as a healer. So ideally, I'm looking for bonus attack on our units, as you know, primarily our damage is coming from my units at this early time. But as that's not really available unless I use a Smite Carver, I'll go for the Pierce Dagger. Chest-wise, let's take this one off a Isildur. It's not ideal, but it's better than nothing. Helm. Hysteria can be useful, but it doesn't need focus, speed, or ranged attack. So maybe the Horseman's Helm would be more valuable. Or let's go with this Cask of Pride for unit defense. And then what do we want for pursuit, range damage? Defense on elves isn't ideal. What level am I going to attempt a level 30 tile? Probably now with level 8 Gandalf. I believe that should be enough to take it. Depends, of course, on what army I get on the tile, but if I'm lucky enough, it should take it with fairly minimal losses. Trying to decide what accessory to use. I could just pass, of course, accessories between various commanders. We don't have a huge amount of healing here. Maybe this one here for HP for men might be best, even though it's unupgraded. Start dropping these tiles as well. Right, Gandalf's level 8, so I think I can start him on 30 power tiles. So I'm going to start with this grain tile here. Power level's the same, so should be able to get it. I'm just acutely aware I don't want to use up all of his stamina too soon, basically. Right, what do we need for main hall? Level 8 barracks. So let's get this done. That's conscription post. Barracks requires the ore tributes. Let's get that going. Let's keep the stone tribute going, as that doesn't use up any stone, so I don't mind continuing upgrading that. And we have cheers, David. Let's see how the various fellowships are getting on as well. We looked at personal production, but what have we got fellowship wise? We've got power at the top, currently with 25 members. We have drum in second, also with 25. Home in third, I believe we have less than that. Yeah, 15. And then 2B underneath with 15 as well. And then Lego, Rise and Echo. So we did actually draw on this Gandalf tile. Of course we hit Grima. Very unfortunate. Losing 300 troops early, courtesy of Grima. Always the worst thing you can hit. Big F's in chat. Right, before we use it too much of Gandalf's stamina, we now need to look towards getting these tier 2 troops in as soon as possible. MK, we are again in the same server we were in Rohan last season. Best of luck. Thank you, that's very much appreciated. Best of luck to you also. So I'm going to take with my first ring point this skill here, conversion. I'm tempted to take extract, but there is the option that I could use conversion to take something like this. But I need to know what troops are in each mob before I do it, as I don't want to waste them. Of course, doing something like this on the Warden could be useful, because then I can get Gil Galad with troops sooner rather than later as well. Leveling through our season pass, not too bothered about this currently. Shall we open our free Matham for the day? What do we have in the exchange? We have a Brutal Helmet, a High Elf's Helmet, and that's about it. We're actually going to open the Evil chest for now. See if we get anything interesting. Nothing great so far. Right, is that ore tribute done so we can start on our barracks? It has. Let's go 30 minutes and then 5. And speed through this as well so we can get that main hall going. Right, we need 49,500 stone, which is not going to be easy to get. It's tempting to use. I might see if there's anything good in here. It's going to waste a few gems, I think. Nothing for stone. All the way through, nothing for stone. Excellent. So I can use grain to get us up to 19,000. Getting up to 45 is going to take a little while. So we need storage upgrade, and we need 2 tiles of level 30, commander to level 10, and 150 power production. So in the meantime, let's look towards where we can go to continue leveling up Dwalin in particular. So if I'm looking here, if I get Eowyn to take this tile, I can then push towards that little cluster of 15s down there. So if I take this with Eowyn, once I've reinforced her, I can then hop on over here where there's a 10, 15 and a little cluster of 15s down here that would be useful. Of course, keep an eye on tile limit, but we've got quite a bit of space at the minute. Our resources aren't quite as rich and dense as they were last season. However, last season, of course, we had half our map blocked out by mountain, whereas this is a much better area. We've got lots of crossings for training. We're within range of both scout towers in this area. We've also got depth defenders here, and I believe there's another neutral camp around here somewhere as well. There it is. Dunlendings as well. So there's going to be a lot of opportunity for commander level training early on, which is excellent to see. So overall, this is a really good location. I think I'm not too disappointed with this at all. Just waiting for this draw to play out. $30 more seconds. Meanwhile, I don't think there's anything more we need in here. Potentially could. Yeah, let's just start this one running. But of course, every time we click something in here, we are using up more stone. Let's go for the Numenorian quarters as well, as we'll need that upgraded, and we could do with the stone production. In the meantime, let's continue helping everyone we can. Got a few more extra players in here as well. Welcome all. And there we go, Gandalf's played out that draw. Rather frustrating draw, of course, losing way more troops than we would like. We can always speed up the apothecary if we need to. And let's get Eowyn taking this 10 power tile. Lots of people already on level 4 on their ring, which is good to see. People are absolutely flying out the gate. We're just going to try and conserve our stamina a little bit more to make sure we have plenty of stamina with those tier 2 troops. As we've used quite a lot already with with tier 1 so far, so we're wasting quite a bit of Gandalf's stamina early on. There's another level up there for Eowyn, who's doing a very useful job taking those 10 power tiles with very minimal losses. Actually, I'm going to need her again, aren't I? Let's send Gil-galad over here to take this 1 power tile. Not quite enough to fill up Dwalin, so he can wait until I've leapfrogged it off of Eowyn. But we're looking good so far, I think. We've got a nice spread of resources around us. There's also ruins there, which is handy. Lots of players around us that are spawning tend to seem to be... there's also another home player, Tyrox. So yeah, it seems to be a lot of home players around us, so not much of a threat to our resources, which is good. Yeah, we should be all good to get up and running. My only concern is this one player here, but they don't appear to be... They appear to have spawned in, but are not building or expanding outwards. But we've got to keep an eye on it so they don't start picking up our resources. There we go, Eowyn's taken that 10 power tile. No longer need her or her troops, or at least not in the short term. So I can send her back, troop up Dwalin, and get using his stamina, as he's got to be approaching, 108, re-approaching max stamina. So stone is what we need first and foremost. Of course, trying to be careful, trying to conserve as many troops as possible. We don't just want to throw them into the abyss like we did with Gandalf here, but we did get the worst, probably the worst 30 power tile possible with Grima, of course, because you just inflict that command of madness. And if you look, we inflicted, was that almost 24,000 damage, but on Grima we only hit 20,000, which means of that 8,000 damage, 4,000 was inflicted by ourselves on our own troops, which is frustrating. Of course, we will start scouting tiles probably once we hit up to 60 power tiles. No need to for now. Right. If we finish this, we should be able to speed through this. And there we go. We have the tier 2 troops straight off the bat. So I'm actually going to... Ooh, this is wasteful. But stop those straight away and get tier 2s going as soon as possible. Now, I don't actually like the buff too much on these tier 2 men, but we need these going as soon as possible, so let's get them building, or conscripting rather. Well, we continue to save up for our main hall. We've only got 13,000 now. Can't continue to upgrade these. We could upgrade our eastern yurt, I suppose, for very low cost, for a little bit extra grain and wood production. And all of these are increasing the amount of gold we can get from our levy, which when we start approaching max, we will look towards using. Right, I'm actually going to use some of my ring points right off the bat here, just because at the minute I've got 20 ability points and they're not regenerating. So I've never done this before. This is a new feature in this season, but I'm going to do this on the breaker because I want some of these tier 2 fire-based units, which I think will go very well with Gandalf and his early tiling. So I'm going to look to take those in as soon as possible. Now 10 ability points might be too steep of a cost. I could have maybe better used those with potentially the extract function, for example. We'll wait and see to see if that was a waste. We'll wait and find out. That's kind of the beauty of a new season, new mechanics, things I'm not used to. Let's wait and see to see if that was a good decision. But 2 minutes for those to march in. But yeah, I think with Gandalf the Grey, that combination there of fire damage with Convener should really kick on a notch our tile taking capability. Right, I think one more of these and Dwalin should reach level 8, and then we can get Eowyn leveled up on these as well. There we go. And there we go, we've maximised Dwalin's healing abilities as well. So we're then going to look towards to go Warrior of the Lonely Mountain again, just to keep that damage mitigation as much as possible, keep troop losses down. How many troops did he lose? 24, not too bad at all. Right, let's recall Dwalin. We might actually look towards getting him towards level 10 soon instead of Gandalf the Grey. The reason being I want to save Gandalf the Grey's stamina as much as possible. Keep that regenerating, but I want to save his stamina. So let's look towards Eowyn and maximise her troops. And she can start picking up some of these 15s as well until she is level 8, which I think will only be one tile as well. So yeah, I think we're going to look towards taking some level 30s now. Thankfully we're losing very minimal troops on these early tiles. But it's the level 30s we need to hope we get some very strong, well, not very strong, some very weak armies on the tiles. Production wise, a few players already nearing the 600 mark. Must be taking lots of level 30 tiles early on. Strong. But whereas we're going to wait until we can pick up these spearmen before we start going too ham on using our stamina. As you can, of course, you can go all out straight off the bat, but it's always best to kind of preserve as much of that stamina as possible till you have the higher tier troops, so that you can take bigger tiles and use that stamina for more experience on your commander. Sorry, fellow of the rings, I didn't see your comment there. Hey HJW, hope you're well. New season's looking good. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for stopping in as well. You're more than welcome. Yeah, it's looking good so far. Home at the second, by virtue of just getting our 25 players, I think are now top of production. Then we've got Drum and Power as well, and then X-Hub are on the way up. So we have X-Hub as well and 2B, who usually play together. So another strong alliance. I'm not sure who the third of their kingdom will be. But yeah, very, very, very strong fellowships as well, and I'm very much looking forward to playing with them. So let's put one more into White Lady of Rohan. How many did she lose? I'm wondering what Eowyn's losses are like compared to Dwalin. So she only lost 23, whereas Dwalin lost 24. So actually Eowyn's doing a brilliant job of tiling, better than I expected, to be honest. Her heal must be a lot stronger than I expected. So let's look towards taking some more 30 power tiles. Let's get this bit of the chapter done. So we need one commander to level 10, and we need one more 30 power tile. So we're actually going to look towards, I think, Dwalin for these levels up. I think 3 30 power tiles, maybe 4, should get him to the necessary level. So we put those in. Oh, you see there, sorry, in our barracks we do now have 300 bruisers, not too bothered with those, but we have these breakers here as well. Now I didn't actually realise that they were, I should have realised they were breakers and not sappers, so I've made a bit of a mistake there. Are there sappers around? If so, I've made a bit of an error. Now these are rook archers, but I don't see. Potentially I've taken a lower tier mob than I should have done. But oh well, we've still got these fire dealing troops here, which could be beneficial to us. I'm just going to put a little bit of gold into those for the burn damage. Could still be beneficial to Gandalf the Grey to level up, to help him take tiles. There we go. Right. Next 30 power tile. Where is our closest 30 power tile? Iron here. That's not a bad shout. We probably prefer that over grain. So send Dwalin out. Let's get our march over here. Hopefully he can take it without the draw, because I don't want to have to wait 5 minutes like we did with Gandalf the Grey, but depends what army we get, I suppose. Hopefully we don't get another Grima. It is another draw, and it is another Grima, which is frustrating. I wonder if Grima's on every 30 power tile in this area. I guess we'll find out. But we'll just wait 5 minutes for that to complete, and then we'll have another 30, and then we'll look towards which tile we want to get next. So of course we do have 30s all over here, but they're all grain. I think 30 power iron is probably more beneficial to us. There's one here. 40 stone here, which could be useful. There's 2 more irons over here, so that'll be where we look to go next. Continue getting fellowship tokens in. Now we do need to start sweeping some of these mobs if they're lower level. Okay, so I took a level 10 mob. I could have taken level 12, but it probably would have given us archers. It probably would have been more beneficial to take some of these elves for Gil-galad, in all honesty, with the wardens. But so level 6 mobs, let's start sweeping those. We don't need Gil-galad for now. Let's drop him back. Now, Aragorn, unless I don't think any of his heals require men units, they don't, so I can get him sweeping using those evil men units, which we currently don't have any use for. Evil side commander wise, I'm not particularly blessed, to be honest. I have Mouth of Sauron at level 3, respect 3, Khaldun respect 1, and Gorbag respect 5, so that's why I'm not using these for for the evil men. Could respect him up a little bit, I suppose, but it's not really massively beneficial to us. So instead we're just going to look to use the healing of Aragorn, King of Men, wherever he is. There he is. And just get sweeping with the skirmishers, just to keep those resources flowing in and keep our fellowship leveling up as well. We have leveled up our ring again. It's ring level 4. We don't unlock over here till level 10, but that's going to be our priority when we get there. So over here you'll see we also have 2 other new skill trees, which is Persuasion. And this is unlocked automatically, which means we're allowed to control commanders of the opposite alignment. So as I've shown there, the evil side commanders, we can use them if we want to. And then morale here, this is the damage reduction caused by morale and the unit damage reduction caused by morale. So it means that if I use, say, evil side troops like those skirmishers you just saw me put on King of Men, we are going to do 10% less damage as a result from using those, because they're of the opposite alignment to Aragorn, King of Men. I'm not particularly bothered by that at the moment, however. Chiz over here is spreading out nicely, using Gandalf the White, which actually is not a bad shout for us again either. We do have Gandalf the White available. He is only respect 1, but that does still give us access. Well, we don't have White Council or, of course, White Rider. We do still have access to his respect 1 skills, which includes Blindside and Wizard and Surge, so we do get some nice stuns in there as well, and also the defense boost as well. So he could be a useful commander for us if we chose to use him. We'll have to wait and see for now. Who's this over here? CS Heroes expanding outwards. Hopefully we can get him in the Fellowship sooner rather than later as well, so we can start, sweeping some of these mobs off of his tiles. Now, how did Aragon King of Men do? Well, not particularly fantastic, but he was 1 level lower, I suppose, and we don't really need those skirmishes. Of course, all his gear is geared towards men. Oh no, defense for melee, but the HP is for men. Could just use Hysteria, I suppose. Or Horseman's Helm, just for that bonus might. Yeah, let's just go with the Horseman's Helm instead. There we go. Although, no, bonus defense still works fine. It's the accessory they've got the issue with, but we haven't really got an alternative option unless you just want to give him some more focus. Doesn't matter too much. Could just give him a low-level sustain pipe, maybe. Maybe that's the better option. But commander damage, you see there, is down 10% because we're using troops of the opposite alignment. But oh well, not a big deal. So there we go, there's Dwalin's finished on that tile. We're going to go marching straight over to this one over here, and we have occupied our second 30 power tile. So now we're just waiting for 1 commander to upgrade to level 10. Dwalin will get to level 9 after this tile, and then hopefully we'll get to level 10 after the tile after that. So let's see if all 30 power tiles always have green. I suppose if this, sorry, squeaky chair, I suppose if this third 30 power also has Grima, we then know that it's always Grima on the 30 power tiles, at least in this area. Getting flashes up. CS Hero moving our direction. He's already moving on to 40 power tiles. Can't see what commanders he's using at the moment. He is a home player, so I'm not concerned by his movements. See lots of open land over here. Who do we have over here? Duke. Now Duke's a player who's not one of the home players, so someone we potentially need to keep an eye on. Now Dwalin. Oh, this time it was Aragon 2, so not always Grima. Aragon 2 actually did cause quite a lot more damage than Grima did, so maybe I was wrong to cuss out Grima. But there we go, so Dwalin's on 2,000 out of 7,400, so 2 more 30 power tiles will get him where we need. We haven't got anything building at the minute, that's rookie stuff. Let's get that stone tribute building. Can't build any of these as of yet. It might be worth building this as the resource cost is low. We get a nice amount more gold, and we also get more grain and wood production. Oh, and we also haven't got any of these militia conscripting at the minute, so there we go. Now Aragon King of Men is filled back up, but I don't think we have any more level 6 mobs in range. As far as I can see anyway. Chiz using Radagast and Gandalf the White, it's quite cool to see. Don't see Radagast very often, at least I don't. Now we need someone with a link around here. Oh, T-Max spawned in as well. Another home player. Yeah, we need some spawn-ins so that we can link up and just hit some of the mobs, because we need to level up this fellowship as soon as possible. There we go. Off you go, Aragorn. Just so that way we can level up the fellowship as soon as possible, get as many people in. Oh, I'm not officer at the minute. $30 people in. Here's our list at the moment. Oh, just got Grand Officer then and then. See, lots of players currently requesting their way in. All offering a good amount of power. I'm going to add in CS Hero just because he's close to us. King of Love has 400 power. We're kind of adding people in power order, I believe, at the minute. Rise up. Of course, all these people will end up in the people who are home players. It's just for now we're adding in power order. How many do we have in there now? Is that 35? No, one more. Let's just take Bilali, Matthew. There we go. 35. Home still top at the minute. Then we have Drum underneath. X-Hub's on its way up as well. Also got 35 capability with 9,000 power. And then power as well, also just below. And 2B might be catching them up as well. How is Dwalin getting on with this tile? 1 more minute. There we go, so you'll see CS Hero now all linked up blue, so we can start linking to his tiles, and we can start hitting these as well, these mobs over here, which will be beneficial for everyone because hitting the mobs gains XP for the fellowship, so that we can then level up the fellowship and get more people in sooner rather than later. Thanks again, David. 20 more seconds. Building wise, normally I'd say, you know, never don't have something building. The problem is that's 2,000 stone used up there. We need as much stone as possible to try and get to this 50,000 mark. We're quite a long way away. There we go, there's Dwalin done with that tile. Get him back up to 200 troops. And then on to the next one. It should only take, I think, 2 more for him to get there. Stamina wise, we've got 65 on Dwalin and still got 86 on Gandalf the Grey. Taking things nice and slow, just whilst these spearmen conscript. And once we got those in for Gandalf the Grey, we can then start really chucking through tiles with him. Yeah, with his tier 2s we'll start taking a lot less losses, so we can start taking stronger tiles early. Move on towards 40s and 60s. Is that another draw there? We have a Carmel, and Carmel hurts a lot as well. Okay, so maybe I was wrong to cut up Grima. It seems every other tile we're hitting here, we're actually taking higher and higher losses. That was a very high loss tile. Maybe we should be scouting already. Some of these 40s we probably can take already, as long as we scout for an easy army. At the minute we're just hitting, and whenever we hit something like the ring wraiths, we do take a heavy amount of losses. For now we don't need these on either of these two. King of Men. Still taking heavy losses on these sweeps. I'm quite surprised with how poor he's being on these. Maybe better to swap him for like a Flay Axe instead. Or the Carver for the bonus attack on the units. Yeah, I think that's actually probably better. Chest-wise, it might be wiser for us to also swap him onto this focus resist chest. I think that is the case. And Gilgalad can just use kind of anything that's kicking around. He's only taking 1 power tiles at the minute anyway. 1 more point as well, so we do get a little bit more healing. And let's see what's going on in World Chat meanwhile. Just most people logging in and just saying hello in the morning. Welcome Samwise as well. Player we've played with before. I think it was when you played with Bang, I believe. Yeah, this season here we played with him. Let's see what we've got going on in reports. So Snake Eyes is taking 30 power tiles and actually taking reasonably high losses, but I think that's because of the skirmisher units again making that 10% less. Elner taking a lot of losses with his Gimli. JR similar with Dwalin. All comes down to this, using these skirmishers basically. It's just making that 10% less army damage, 10% less commander damage is just costing people. How are we looking in fellowship ranking wise? At the top we have Benef, then we have Bald Eddie, then we have Douche, Beatsy Boy and Van as well. Lots of people off to a very quick start. Still a quest again, there's plenty here. 400 power mark. It's a good start basically, it's a strong start. Our own start's been a little bit slow, but that's again, as I say, because we're waiting for those tier 2s, which are our current priority. Once we've got maybe 200 of those, I'll start moving Gandalf around the board again. I did waste, I think by bringing in these breakers, I might have wasted 10 ability points here. Whilst the burn damage will be very useful, I should have waited until we could get tier 2 sappers and instead maybe extracted some stone from one of these tiles, maybe once we had a 40 power tile, and then that stone probably would have been more useful. Gore's taking easy ones, which is no surprise considering his lovely hammer. Although he doesn't actually have frenzy, I thought he did. But yeah, nice high respect Dwal in there. Taking 40s with very minimal losses. Dwalin's about to finish. Again, that's not going to quite level him up. 1 more level and then we're there. So at the minute I'm still using my good side troops to take tiles, evil side troops to sweep. As I don't want to take that, army damage penalty. Samwise running already, 15 power tiles, very low losses with his Khaldun, which is a fantastic Khaldun you see here. Very strong gear here, all pushing towards boosting those evil men and melee units. It's already got tier 2 stalkers as well. Very strong indeed, taking the tiles with almost no losses. Yeah, that's just what I was saying a minute ago. I should have done one of these level 12 mobs, definitely, instead of one of the level 10 ones, but no worries, we move anyways. The breakers will still come in handy for us. Right, one more for Dwalin. And Aragorn is now back as well. And let's send him over to do another sweep, keep that grain coming in. Does lose a few troops, but does pick up 2,500 grain every time as well as levelling up. No season start is perfect, so even with mistakes we can still come back from this, and we will be up in or around the top, I think, by the end of the 24 hours. At the minute we're at 174. Got a couple of the drum players up here in first now. I think they're actually from Dragon primarily, but so we home wise we have Ducci, we have Lightbringer, Benef, Ball Daddy and Beatsy, lots of home players in or around the top 10. There's, speaking of 10, there is level 10 for our Dwalin, and he actually took that tile. There we go, minimal losses ish, especially compared to the last few, which is good. And there we go, we get 3 more tile limit, more stone. The more of these we claim, the more and more stone we get. That's all we're after, stone, stone, stone. 30 seconds for this. What stone do we have? 22,000. There we go. And someone gave us speed ups thanks to the fellowship bonus. There's another amount of stone, but there's no stone coming now from the chapter progression, only from these individual claims, which is frustrating, but not the end of the world. So we need to upgrade our storage and our apothecary. We're getting close though, so we're at 30,000. 30,000 stone. Still picking up more of every other resource, but we've got plenty of storage now, 140,000, so it's not like we're not pulling in the resources or wasting any time. And there we go, that is Dwalin there. I wonder how long until we pick up our next 100 spearmen. That's kind of my priority at the moment. I think for now we're going to send Dwalin to pick up some 40 power stone tiles, as we need stone coming in as quickly as possible. It's better for Aragorn there, less losses against the mobs, which is good to see, so we get a bit more grain in the bank. And he leveled up also. And Akumo's in as well. I think that must mean we've got 40. Yeah, we do, 40 out of 40. See, still a lot of players with pretty decent power. Currently struggling to get in, but they will get in eventually. Let's take another look at rankings once again. Personal production, we've moved up about 20 places, but we're still, going nice and slow at 150. Fellowship home is at the top with 17.5k of power. Second is Drum with 13. They still are there, 40 members as well. Then we have X Hub, who's only just unlocked their 40 members, so they're probably going to jump up to second in a moment when they let those 5 players in. And then we have Power and 2B. And outside the top 5 we have Echo, Lego, Rise, SDCC, who is the SDCC B team apparently, and Game as well. Oh, here's SDCC, so there must be 2 of those joining together. Now our neighbour Capera started moving around, which is potentially concerning, as that could be a threat towards some of our tiles. And Dwalin on the 40 power tile has been fortunate enough to hit one of the wraiths, which always means fairly large losses. On those spearmen, not sure how we're looking. We've also got 200 of those. I want to send Gandalf out with some militia, some spearmen, and then also some of those breakers, and see how he gets on, maybe with a 40 power tile. Half tempted also to scout the tile, though that might be unnecessary this early on. I don't think it should be far off getting those additional troops in. Aragorn coming in. Is there another level 6? There is, there's this bruiser here. We go level 6 mob to sweep. Of course, this is going to mean soon that the 30s and 40 power tiles are going to start dropping off. And the other problem is, of course, we've got all these 130 and 150 power tiles over here that at some point we're probably going to look to take, and that's going to be right on this player's baseline. So we might end up coming into conflict with this player sooner rather than later. Just going to have to keep an eye on that. Two more minutes until Dwalin finishes his draw. Gear wise, players are starting to get the commanders are starting to get familiar with their gear, which of course makes a big difference to their stats. Sooner the better. We've got 40 power wood here, but for now stone is always going to be our priority. We could have extracted on this stone if I hadn't have wasted my ring ability points early, but let's prove it's not wasted by... we have those 200 spearmen now. So we could roll like this. Now unit damage is going to be lower, but I think those breakers are going to do a pretty decent amount of damage. But is it crazy to go straight into a hit like that with a level 8? Maybe I'll scout it first, just to see if there's an easy hit on there. It's a hard decision. Is it too soon? Do you know what? I'm going to YOLO it. This could be extremely painful here, so everyone prepare to laugh at my misfortune. But you don't get anywhere without taking risks. And the whole point of waiting for those tier 2s was to be able to take tiles earlier so that we can then level up our commanders that little bit quicker without wasting it on low power tiles. So I'm expecting a draw here. Hopefully we don't hit too hard of a commander on the tile. We haven't seen any of the easiest commanders like Ori's yet. Hopefully we hit something like that and get a nice easy early one. We hit a Theoden, which actually isn't too bad. He is using mounted units, but we lost 120 of our spearmen. Of course, those against mounted units, he is taking less damage and doing more damage, so we probably would have lost more if it wasn't for them, but still not ideal to lose so many of them so quickly. And we hit ring level 5, which means we can get 10 more to our tile limit as well. Now, ring-wise, I'm not looking to take time out of time because I'm not going to be using this to speed up my production. I can just use gem speed ups for that. And I'm not looking to take extract either because I've already used up 10 of my ability points. It's going to take quite a while for those to come back. So instead I'm going to get to level 10 and I'm going to use all my points on this here, on the max ability points. Now Midas Touch is another new ring ability. Select your settlement and use it to convert stone into gold. The amount of gold is equal to triple of the current tax income. That sounds good, but of course at the beginning you're not going to want to use it to get more gold because that stone will be invaluable in your building, so you're not going to want to use that. So some of the areas are starting to fill up. See, I'm jealous here. So many people finding Ori tiles, which are just so easy, and lots of Axox as well. And all we've been finding is, you know, Carmel, Theoden, lots of Theoden. We just haven't been hitting those fortunate tiles yet, but hopefully we'll start picking up a couple of them soon. Now, any more 40 power stones in our link? Oi, cheers, go away. So 40 stone there. There too. And there is one here as well. What's this? 90. Don't think we have a 40 power stone actually linked to us at the minute. Oh yeah, we do. This one here. How did I miss that? There we go. Off goes Dwalin again. Right, next sweep for King of Men. No, I love using these search functions. It just makes life so much easier. Saves you having to search for yourself. And if you put it on the filter so that you can only see ones that you can take, it's very beneficial. Ring reached level 5. We get some build and healing speed ups, as well as a couple of low respect items. No issues there. In fact, we might convert those into beers for now, just to see how close we are to getting our Dwalin up another respect level. Don't think we're quite there yet, no. Yeah, there's lots of 15s and 10s over here, so we could maybe look towards using those. Maybe for someone like... Do I use it for Elrond? Or Theoden? So we could get him levelling up. Our sweeps have also brought home a tip, which gives us 10,000 more gold. Takes an hour, and that rules Theoden out, I suppose. But nice to get 10,000 gold in early on. We can swap our tips between good and evil. We're going to keep it on good side for now. Tip wise, always, I've covered this in a few videos previously, always make sure to leave your tips in here until just before the daily reset, and you want to take all of them and just leave them on your bulletin board, as well as your refreshes if you're going to do those, and then wait, because then once server progresses beyond, once you finish this one here, tavern tips will then start producing XP, so you can use them to quickly level some of your commanders. We hit a Dwalin here on this 40 power, but again, Dwalin took it with almost no losses. Don't think he's far away from a 60 if I scout them, to be honest. And look for easy armies. Right, let's speed up this here, because I want to get Gandalf back his spearmen, and ideally the breakers as well, but let's just put some militia in there. Let's go 500, 200, 140, that'll do. Now, yeah, some of these 60 power tiles are definitely ready for the taking. So let's wait for this healing to come in as well, because Gandalf will get a few more spearmen. But then we might turn off automatic apothecary to then start creating some scout armies. 10 more spearmen. There we go. Right, so what do we have troop-wise? So let's turn off automatic apothecary. Gandalf probably needs to take one more level 40 tile, I think. Does he need 4,300 XP? What do we get for taking a 40 power tile? 4,000, so not quite enough. But oh well, let's just take one of these. See what his losses are like. But anyway, we're going to create a series of scout armies because we're more currently focused on Dwalin actually, as he's doing very well with these tiles. And then we're going to scout some of these 60s and look towards using Dwalin to take one of those early. See how Gandalf does. Please don't lose every troop I own. And we do get our first Ori, which is good to see, and we lose almost nothing. Right, militia. Oh, it says 28 or nothing. Okay, we'll take 28 of those. While that's doing that, we are going to take Eowyn and put all of our militia on her. Then we will speed that up. And let's choose Pretty Haldir here and put 28 militia on him. And now we have a fully formed Haldir scout army ready for us to go. We can do the same with those breaker and spearmen as well. Let's see, because I think Dwalin at level 10 can probably take these tiles. HEW, what location am I at? I am up in Durin's Vale, just up here on the western side of the map. Right, of course Haldir lost and we hit Adune, who's not a commander I particularly want to hit. Lots of healing, poison damage, and she prevents your own units from healing as well. So that's a big old nope. That looks like it'll take 48 seconds. Okay, in the meanwhile I'm actually going to take these off Eowyn. Reinforce Gandalf so he gets those 40 units back, and then put them back on Eowyn. I'm also going to put the Bruiser there and the Breaker. All of those. Because then I can also create scout armies out of the couple of other units I have in the Apothecary as well. If we can take a 60 power tile with a level 10, that's very useful because it saves a lot of his stamina. Drum and X-Hub getting very close power wise. Both X-Hub only have 36 actually, so it looks like they'll overtake once they fill up. 2B's also right on the heel of power still. And we've got a lot of people trying to join at the minute. We're still at 45 out of 45, so no accepting currently. Right, has that finished? It has. Right, we're also going to heal the rest of these. And let's restock our Haldir scout. Oh, why 79? Where'd the rest of those come from? I don't really want to use 79 as a scout, to be honest. It's a few too many. We'll lose half of them. So let's put those on there. Ah, there we go. But we can use the breaker units. We've got 5 of them. There's 1 scout, and we have 2 spearmen, which we can chuck on Aragorn. There we go. And we can also use the skirmishers whenever we want as well. Right, let's find a level 6 mob to sweep quickly as well. Is that the nearest one? Flippin' heck. It's out of my range. Nothing else. I guess sweeping will have to wait until to a bit more of this expansion. Anyway, right, 60 power tiles. We have this one here as well, which we're going to hit with Haldir. And this one here, which we will hit with Aragorn. Trying to find a nice 60. I'll just judge based off whatever commander's on there at the time. Doesn't have to be an Ori, it doesn't have to be the easiest one possible, but obviously that would be ideal. But just not an extremely difficult tile. Stamina wise, we're still looking good. So first up we have Zegrid. Hate a Zegrid. Sappers dealing burn damage. Nope, that's high losses every day of the week. Unless, of course, Dwalin does have the burn resist chest. So that could actually be still potential, actually. What are his other skills? Physical damage, and damage against mounted units. Right, let's just see what the Aragorn tile has. If it's not, it's not horrendous, we'll hit that. If it's worse than that, then we'll hit the Zegrid. What else have we got that we can use? Okay, 3 more breakers anyway in 10 seconds. Now we've got LOTR. Yeah, definitely do not want any of this. No thank you, so I think we'll hit this one here. Seconds until he gets back. What's Gandalf the Grey doing then? He's got troops. Let's put those 44 spearmen on him, and then let's hit this 40 next to him, because then he can start on these 60s also. How are we looking power wise? Oh, we've got the store here. Power wise, we're in the top 100, about halfway close to the other ones nearby, and home is currently shooting away with power production somewhat. Now 40 power tower, we hit another Theoden. Not massive losses, to be honest. Those spearmen are doing their job. I want all of those back as much as possible. Yeah, 50 of those and 50 of those. There we go. Actually, we're going to speed through that. And then... well, Eowyn's kind of got everything on, hasn't she? There we go. What can we put on Aragorn? There's 7 breakers, that'll be fine. And on, say, Hergon, we can put 29 militia to make another scout. And we can heal these, speed it up. And that's another couple of scout armies ready. Of course, this is incredibly boring, just constantly scouting, even low-level tiles. But I feel like it's necessary to minimise those losses early on. We really don't want to be losing huge numbers of troops early on. Right, we said we're going to hit this tile with Dwalin, so we shall do so. We don't have the skill on him for burn resistance through Warrior of the Lonely Mountain, but we do have a burn resist chest on. So hopefully those sappers aren't going to deal too much damage, in theory. Almost level 10 as well on the Fellowship. Oh wow, that was bad. Very bad. Holy moly. Predictably, those sappers dealt an enormous amount of damage. Zegrid himself dealt 15,000 damage. Oh my god, yeah. Note to self, avoid those tiles. Holy mother, that's a lot of losses. Not good in the slightest. Thankfully, we get 700 of these back, but that's 300 troops down the drain for almost nothing. Now I've got to debate, is it worth hitting that tile again just to make sure we get it? We did take half of it down anyway. And we wasted 10 stamina as well. It's not just the waste of... Not just the waste of troops, it's the waste of stamina that hurts the most. But we are going to suck it up and go again. See, that's where you need those tier 2 troops. Dwalin's not using them, so definitely took a lot of pain, and we're probably going to take quite high losses here, but we need to just finish this tile, otherwise they were wasted for nothing. Gambler's fallacy a little bit, yes. But oh well. So yeah, now I know that with Gandalf I definitely need to... I did better on the second one, but yeah, definitely need to make sure that he's taking a few more tiles, or at least got tier 2 troops before I take those 60s, and definitely scout for a much better army than Zegrid. Significantly better. That was not pretty. Right, 3 more troops from there. We'll make another scout army. We'll put on Faramir. Hopefully Gandalf will be done in a second as well. Let's get some of these scouts looking for easy tiles then. There's another one there. Not seeing a lot of 60 power grain tiles. I suppose there's one there. Oh, it's 30. That's a 60 there. Whilst we don't really need high amounts of grain compared to the other resources, but they could still come in handy. The 60 power tiles tend to be kept for quite a long time. What have we got up first? We do have a Shagrat, which is a pretty good tile to hit. Chance at stuns, and that's about the only thing. And the Brawlers do a little bit increased damage, but yeah, that Shagrat tile is definitely hittable. Ugthak, again, uses sappers, but doesn't have as much commander damage as Zegrid. Kirwan we definitely want to avoid, as trolls are a definite avoid. And last up we have an Agzok, but it's using trolls, so we will be avoiding that also. Let's see, has anyone else been hitting Agzok with trolls? No, just orcs primarily. Gorebags are very good tiles to hit. Oris, of course, are the best. Yeah, well, these Agzoks don't have trolls, so that's why they're doing well. Right, let's choose one of these and get them moving. Let's get Dwalin moving towards one of those easier ones. Release the breakers and put them on Gandalf. Can use bruisers, or I can use a 250. There we go. Right, which was the... So this was the one with sappers. There's only one really easy one there that I want to hit, so let's go with Dwalin again. Ideally, I was hoping to get Dwalin up to level 13 so that we could pass this check here, but we're not quite there yet. Right, we need 49,500, and we have quite a lot of grain, courtesy of our sweeping. So let's get this over and done with so we can move on. And here we unlock the military academy and the military embassy. And the military embassy is useful because it allows us to construct some field barracks, which we definitely want, so we can start getting higher in some units. However, for now, let's focus on some of these other bits. We don't have any stone, so we need storage and apothecary, but for that we need 1,200 and 2,000. Let's do a little bit more jiggery pokery in the market and get both of those going. Oh, we've lost all... Yeah, we're definitely hitting 60s too early here with level 10 and 11. Note to self. Right, let's call Dwalin back then. Definitely too soon. The problem at the minute is we are essentially just burning off troops for no benefit whatsoever. As we're now actually wasting our commander's stamina, because we basically just used 10 stamina to gain him 4,000 XP, which we could have got through taking a 40 power tile and had very minimal losses. So we're just burning resources for nothing at the minute. Massive, massive waste. It's been a pretty poor start from me today. Combine that with the probable wasting of 10 ability points. It's not been a good start. But hopefully Gandalf takes this and finishes it off without too much difficulty, and then we can look back towards 40 power tiles again, as we have jumped forward way too soon. As predicted, X-Hub have indeed jumped up to second place and are now on our heels. Drum in third, 2B of overtaking power as well. So they're up in fourth. And then we have Echo and the SDCC. And all the usual clans that we called out earlier on. There we go. Gandalf did indeed take that tile, thankfully. Still took quite a few losses considering it was weakened. Let's keep those bruises there. Right, back to 40 power tiles. Let's stop being foolish for no reason whatsoever. Breakers, yeah, those are useful, and the rest militia. We're going a little bit too soon. There's no need for it. Without more tier 2 or higher tier troops, definitely better to stick with those 40s for now. Right. Fresh from our early fuck-ups. What do we want? Do we want stone? I think we want stone. So let's find the nearest 40 power stone, and we're going to take that. Just over here. Because we do have a stamina potion as well, so we can go with that. We have 2 hits left on our Dwalin, which would unfortunately on 40s only get him up to level 12. It's not going to get us to the 13 mark that we need for the season chapter progression. But we also are nowhere near tile limit either, so it's probably better to just start filling up our tiles. Yeah, it's probably around level 12. Maybe level 12 we should start taking these 60s. A couple of hundred more troops, a couple more skill points, and then we'll be able to take them. We've got Dwalin Sayer with no troops for some reason. We do still have more scout armies, but we don't need those at the minute. What troops do we have kicking around? We have some militia and some skirmishers. We could take some more 30s with Eowyn, I suppose. Is her heal for melee units or for men? I think it's for melee units. It is indeed melee units. So let's give her a mix of these skirmishers and these militia then. Send her after some 30 power tiles. I don't really care what the 30 power tiles are, but let's get her levelling up as well. She's not going to be used throughout the season. I will move on to other commanders pretty quickly, to be honest. But for now, I'm just using her to take tiles because of that healing. She's useful, keeping those troop losses down, which we particularly need as we've been slaughtering our troops relentlessly through bad decision making. Ooh, Chiz already has a hunter's range building for some elven troops. Getting his Gil-galad up and running earlier. Oh, flipping heck, Eowyn. These tiles are not going good. Not going well at all. If you wanted a guide on how not to start, this is definitely the how not to start guide this season. Much poorer than my usual. But we move. Right, we need to get some more units conscripting. I think we need more of these militia and then more of the spearmen. We're about to get 100 more spearmen, so that's definitely a benefit. We need to get onto these easier 60s as soon as possible. I think a lot of this is just learning experience. Realising that in NRP, particularly with the 10% reduced damage, it does make a big impact, particularly on your losses. So I need to be a little bit more patient and not jump onto higher power tiles too soon. Or just scout for a very easy army, which is not what I've been doing. I keep taking kind of semi-easy, pretty difficult. Are there any more low-level sweeps available for us? Not by the looks of it. Both are miles outside our range. Oh, we're going to be able to take this one though, I suppose, once we link this up. So we can get King of Men moving again, just to get some more grain in the tank. There we go, the spearmen are finished. We can get 400 of them in, which is going to take an hour. We haven't actually conscripted any horsemen yet. We spent a bit of gold upgrading them, then we haven't conscripted a single one. We got those spearmen so soon it wasn't really necessary. Draw for Gandalf. We're not really getting lucky with these tile armies. We're repeatedly picking up, reasonable losses here. We're not finding Auries. We're not finding, the easiest on the tile. The easiest possible tiles. We are getting pretty unlucky, to be honest. But I'll swing back the other way. Right, King of Men, still got those. Dwalin has militia for no reason, so let's take those off. And these breakers, we probably don't want to be using for scouting anymore, as we're going to need them on Gandalf the Grey. Yeah, once we go to level 12, I think then we can maybe look towards 60s, but only if we have, say, Ori on the tile. Well, we have actually also managed to absolutely cook our grain through all this healing with such poor troop economy. That's the other problem, is we're just burning up grain. So what troops do we need? Let's take spearmen. Let's take as many militia as we possibly can. And it's just a case of waiting. We have to wait for Gandalf to finish this tile so that we can sweep that mob and get 2,400 grain back in the tank. And we're going to have to start finding some more mobs. Seems like we've got almost nothing around here. So level 6 there, but it will need linking up. How is everything looking otherwise? Production wise, we're up in 60th. People are still about half the top production at the minute. Home is still at the top, quite a long way top at the minute, but I think that's virtue of us having an ability of having 50 members, whereas most currently have between 40 and 50. Yeah, 40 here on X-Hub, 45, 40, 43. Yeah, the homies are absolutely flying in production at the minute. Let's give some a shout out who's highest for us. So we've got Douchey at the top. Then we've got Van as well. We've got Chiz next to us, who's nearing 1,000. We've got Fireballs, Alderin, Sprinter, and Gore. All of these guys are absolutely flying in power. And Eowyn has finished her very painful massacre of all of our troops. So let's call her back as well. Yeah, we seem to be hitting these wraiths on nearly every single tile at the minute and just taking massive losses. I don't usually scout such low level tiles, but it's looking more and more like we might need to if we're going to keep taking these kind of losses. And the draws are killing us as well. They're so slow. Just constantly seem to be waiting out draws at the minute. A few more 40 stones around here. Pretty close to Chiz. I can't believe he's already built this hunter's range. It's pretty awesome though. Let's strip those off. One more minute. Build wise, we should probably be building a stone tribute. Keep that stone coming in. Who are we still looking to add fellowship wise? Quite a few. Still waiting. People are kind of slowly getting up and running. As the morning goes on, of course, more and more people will log in. They're going to have to be careful as some of these areas will start filling up. What have we got around Dunland? We have a lot of drum around here, by the looks of it. Although it still doesn't look too full, a lot of these areas. So maybe it's not too bad. Right, 500 of these, 300, 300. Let's reinforce Gandalf. And let's also send King of Men over here to take that. We'll probably move up to some of these stone tiles. We need to start expanding out this way. There's so much extra available up here. Have we got any low level tiles still? We've got level 10s, but not too bothered by those. Storage upgrade is in. That's a bit more stone. Though actually it's now grain that we're low on, as it means we cannot keep our troop numbers up. Because we can't keep healing all these troops that we've massacred, taking on tiles a little bit too early. we go. So at the minute we have Gandalf the Grey, level 11. We also have Dwalin, who's level 11 too, closer to level 12. Gandalf has 40 stamina left. Dwalin has 20. And we start looking towards getting a few of our other commanders up and running. I think getting that Hunters building going is not a bad idea from Chiz there, because it means that he'll be able to get elves in sooner rather than later. And he could also have used his 10 ability points to pull in some of these mobs over here. The level 12s could have pulled in the Wardens, which could mean that he can get get Gil Galad running and take some very easy early tiles. And he can also use an additional Q because he can use his hiring Q instead. We'll have a bit more grain soon through there, and then we can maybe look towards building those buildings. But we'll need still 20,000 stone to be able to get the military embassy. And I think I'd rather spend it on the military academy, to be honest, or continuing our conscription posts, so we can keep progressing towards tier 3 troops sooner rather than later. For now, let's get a couple of these going. Okay, grain. There we go, and Gandalf finally took a tile with minimal losses. This time it was a Lurtz army. And Aragorn, King of Men, sweeps that mob, so we get grain back in, and suddenly things look a little bit more rosy. Chiz already drawn on that one, so we'll head down to this one down here. It's okay, we're all a bit antsy. Yeah, we're all kind of the same. Just trying to jump up those early tiles a bit too soon. Taking some early losses. But hopefully by the end of 24 hours we should still be up around or near the kind of top regions, that will show that even with kind of a couple of bad decisions you can still come back from it. You don't have to worry about playing absolutely perfectly to get up there. Talking about AP, people are using extracting. That's definitely what we should have done, which is why we're finding ourselves in such a resource deficit. Taking those extra troops wasn't really worth it. Of course, we're kind of needing them now because we've been wasteful. But yeah, if we weren't so wasteful with using our troops and letting, was it nearly 2,000 of them die, taking on level 60s a little bit too soon, we'd still have plenty of troops right now. And we wouldn't need those breakers either, and we'd still have 20 ability points, or we could have used them for extracting stone on these 40 power tiles. So T-Mac, I believe, is just south of me. Yeah, there he is here. So he's also getting concerned about this player spawning just above us. Storm's also taking heavy losses by the looks of it on 60 power tiles. Aragorn has Theoden running. Oh, he's taken some horseback archers. He also has knights, horsemen as well. So he's conscripted some, and then these probably came from like we did with the breakers, pulling in a mob. Fireballs is absolutely smashing it using Witch King. as you would expect, Witch King being one of the best early tilers in the game. And if we're going to continue playing NRP, it would definitely be someone I look towards investing in as well, because I feel like I'm a huge disadvantage here only having kind of Gandalf and Dwalin trundling around. Right, we need a few more level 6 mobs, to be honest, so that we can get... there's one more linked up there. We need Aragorn to be able to take level 10 mobs soon. We're level to level 9 here, maybe that'll be enough. But yeah, if you can take level 10 mobs, then that opens up our possibility for grain production a little bit more. He's using them for Isildur instead of Gil-galad. Fair enough. It's another strong tiler. Please don't go for another draw. And we're hitting ring wraiths again. Every single time we hit a tile, we're always hitting ring wraith tiles, which means a draw and more losses than expected. If we could just hit any kind of good side, we'll start hitting a lot more mounted units and our spearmen will become valuable. But all we're hitting is evil side ring wraiths every single time, and it's just costing us so many troops. And it's incredibly frustrating when you just get the worst draw on every single tile. Okay, so 16,800 or 18,000, but that needs the all tributes. We'll do that. And there's nothing to do but let Gandalf draw out once again. Level 12 mob down here. So yeah, it's frustrating. There's loads of these mobs are sitting around down here, but of course they're connected to someone who's not on our fellowship. Oh, just seen a brand new player up here. The Big Bad Wolf of SDCC. So it looks like SDCC might be spawning around near us. Got Thundrick as well of Rise. So we are seeing a few more of these people spawn in. Bone GT is actually a home player once he joins. Faust is already here. Right, there's got to be some more mobs somewhere, definitely. There's got to be a few of these lower level mobs kicking around. Okay, Radagast is good for early as well. Yeah, unfortunately I don't have Radagast. He's one of the few tier 3s I don't actually have at the moment. Beorn, Thorin and Radagast are the only ones. I've seen that I've heard that Radagast is particularly good, and he works quite well with the some of the evil side troops as well, from what I've seen. Level 12 already, nice. Yeah, unfortunately I do not have him. I don't really have a particularly... a lot of my troops seem to require elves, like Isildur, Gil-galad, so actually I'm not looking particularly rosy for this NRP and how the troops start. Definitely could have made a better decision, probably by pulling in these wardens here rather than the breakers, because then I could get a couple of other commanders going instead, such as Isildur and Gil-galad, rather than trying to get those breakers for Gandalf the Grey. But we'll learn for next time. I can't imagine this will be the last time we do this campaign, unless the developers decide to bring out an actual good roleplay campaign, which doesn't seem to be on their agenda. How close are we to level 12 on Gandalf? So maybe one more 40 power tile and then we'll start looking towards 60s again with him. So we still have a really full up apothecary, but we do now have finally enough grain to clear it out, thankfully. we need to start being able to take some of these mobs out. I might even link this here just so I can take this level 6 mob here and then drop the tile again, because it's just frustrating not being able to. Let's do it with. Where's Gil? He actually had gear on him. It's frustrating not being able to, keep healing our troops. We need to try and take these mobs, and we need to get Aragorn as soon as possible to level 10 so we can start taking those level 10 mobs. I might just start hitting them with him at level 9 and see how it goes as well, to be honest. There's one here too. And there we go, Gandalf has finished his draw with the ever frustrating ring wraiths. Breakers so far haven't been particularly useful either. If we had more, I think it might be worth just going 2 different troop types with Gandalf, to be honest. Don't rush, should be okay. Yeah, I know, I'll be just fine. It's just, getting frustrated. But once Gandalf's leveled up one more time, what do I need? 13,500, so 2 more level 40 tiles. Then I will have him, ready for 60 power tiles, and I can start really jumping up in power. Right, let's send him over here, a bit more grain, and then we'll start sweeping level 10 mobs. See, everyone seems to be hitting these, even level 13, like pretty big losses, hitting the ring wraiths. Gorbag is usually good on a tile, but you don't really want to hit with trolls. Anything with trolls, it causes a lot of losses. So we're going to go on an absolute scouting spree again in a moment. Once we've got him up to level 12, we will just go on a nuts one and pick up as many as possible of those 60 power tiles, or hit as many as possible of those 60 power tiles, because I think he's just about ready. Those breakers, I think, were a bad decision. They're pretty much a lost cause. We're not getting any value out of them, really. To be honest, I think actually they're causing... they're hindering us more than they're helping us, because that minus 10% damage is not being made up for by the damage they're outputting. They're actually, losing troops more than they're outputting. So, yeah, poor decision, but one to learn from in future. To be honest, if we found an easy 60, we could probably take it right now with Gandalf. But again, it's relying on that, on doing a lot of scouting. So I'm not sure it's currently healing. I'm going to put all of these on Eowyn for now. Did note as well that those skirmishers, we have 512, so we can put 500 there and then use 12 of them to make a scout army. I don't really want to use 14 spearmen, as they are tier 2, so they're a little bit more expensive. And I assume once this fills, that's going to be a small number of skirmishers again, isn't it? 20, not too bad. And then let's get those scouting a few tiles. Right, this is 60 here. And this one here. And if it's easy, we will definitely go for it. But we're looking for like I think Ori is the easiest of definitely of the good side. Of the evil side, trying to remember what's easy. There's Gore Bag without trolls. That's very, very easy. Have we found it? No, that's a troll Gore Bag, so no, we're going to avoid that. I'm trying to think what other evil commanders there are. Can't think off the top of my head. Yeah, there's quite a few easy evil side tiles. You just got to find the right one. Got my hopes up for a second, thinking we'd found one there with that Gore Bag. Unfortunately not. 8 of those skirmishers, and let's get him back out over here. If we're going to do this, we need to call Gandalf back to speed it up a bit. What do we got? See, Khaldun again. The problem is the fire damage can be painful. He doesn't deal massive damage himself, it's just that fire damage can be really painful. Could be worth another go with Dwalin, but are we about to just burn our troops to the ground again, is my small worry. No, let's not go for you know, scouting with madness bombs. Yeah, yeah. One of my clanmates, Cole, does that quite a lot. Definitely can help, and I probably should get going. That's while I'm not using Isildur for tiles. Yeah, go like that. And also Frodo and Sam as well, wherever they are. Where are you, little hobbits? There they are. Yeah, shoot like that and use those as my scouts instead. That's a good point and good idea. I definitely will be doing that going forward. So let's pull these off here. Right, Frodo and Sam, there we go. 19 skirmishers. Scoured that one. Let's take a look over here. At some point we're going to need to put some back on King of Men here, but and Dwalin's still sat with 500 of them as well. Oh well, where's Isildur? There he is, finally. And let's get him checking out this one. As I said, spray and pray. Just start sending out over all of these different 60s and hopefully find one that's good enough. I still think really I should be level 12, but I'm just so impatient. Yeah, see, it took out 40 of these pirates. Still think Dwalin might be able to take this tile with fire protection as well. Let's get the stone tribute going again. I'm also thinking that Shagrat tile, that's a pretty nice tile. Just to check, one of the 60s we took earlier, was it a Shagrat and did it do a lot of damage to us? It was, and it did. Is it wise, therefore, to not do this? Do you know what? Stick to what I said earlier. 40 power tiles, level 12, then we'll do it. We need that military academy leveled up as well. Sooner the better. Can I get it done now? 25,000. I don't think we have anywhere near enough resources to get there. No, not quite. Unfortunately, not quite. This is where burning our ability points instead of extracting is going to cost us. Right, Gandalf, let's get you to level 12 at least. Okay, obviously a huge amount more resource once we hit level 13 and we can start breaking through this chapter barrier we're stuck on. We've been stuck here for a little while now. Nice low loss. There we go. That's a Shagrat as well. It's just whether this Khaldoon is an easy tile. Is it an easy tile? But I don't think we have the troop numbers to be able to afford to to roll the dice this time. We've done it twice earlier, and it cost us way too many troops. Do still have our stamina potion, so we're going to chuck that in on Gandalf as well. How are we looking otherwise? What have we got? So, ranking wise, personal production, we have moved up into the top 40, however. We have a new leader here, which is Getaklu of X-Hub. Previously played with Babe and a lot of other clans. Yeah, early leader. Home is still top of production, followed by X-Hub, and Tubi is actually overtaken Drum as well. With actually a lower number of players, so X-Hub and Tubi are shooting up the rankings very, very quickly. Then we have Drum and Power, and then Rise and the SDCC. Nice. Right, Gandalf finally has Convener maxed, which should make a big difference on our tiles. A few additional troops would come in handy, so let's drop them off of Eowyn. There we go. Right, Aragorn's still not maxed on troops. So let's max him. Let's also look for level 10 mobs with him as well, see what we can find. What do we got? There goes a breaker there. Let's see how easy this is to take with him. Now we need 16,000 to get Gandalf to the next level. I don't think he's too far off. I think he can probably now take one of those level 60s. So let's continue onwards with our capture of scattergun approach of scouting. Oh, let's get 100 of that militia out of the way, and then we can use 9 of those as a scout. Where the hell's Isildur and Frodo gone? Why are they right at the bottom? We've gained 13 more spearmen as well. 60 power grain. Whoa, Isildur's got 200 other troops on him for some reason. scout that one. Oof. Okay, Aragon's hit his level 10 mob, and again taking pretty heavy losses. It's going to get 4,000 or 5,000 XP from this though, so it'll be almost level 10. We've also unlocked the Fellowship Store now as well. Unfortunately, no relocate token in here. If you do unlock the Fellowship Store, make sure to save for the relocate token as soon as possible, as that is possibly the most important item in the game. It'll save you a hell of a lot of gems if you can get them in early. We need to drop this 1 power tile as well. There's no point having that. Right, Eowyn's holding a load of troops. Let's hold a load with... that'll do. Zegrid, definitely not. As we found, Zegrid is not something we want to touch. Let's finish that heal up. Uh, 569. Don't think 69 is a few too many to throw away, but oh well. We need scouting. Is that reset? Not yet. 3 minutes. 4 minutes. 5 minutes. Seven, 6. So you can see how many of these we've scouted, and we're just hitting absolute dead ends on every single one every time. Just give us a damn Ori. Why is the seal door always right at the bottom? There we go. $55 is a bit more than I'd wanted to waste, to be honest, but of the militia anyway, as we're actually using the militia units. So another 60 power tile. Let's send a seal door. At least our sweeping has gained us 10,000 more gold as a result of that mob we picked up earlier from the level 6 mobs. I don't know if you get anything useful from the level 10 mobs. I guess we'll see. Don't get them every time, of course. It just depends how many you sweep. It's lucky. Come on then, Frodo and Sam. Let's find us a nice Ori. Come on, game. Be kind. Give us an Ori. Or another simpleton. Frodo and Sam. Frodo is walking with the biggest bat I have ever seen. That is just showing off. Ooh, we get a Yusra, which I believe is one of the better ones. So we're going to set Gandalf off and marching at that. Yeah, Yusra should be one of the easiest on a tile, so we're definitely going to go for that. And we'll see what the losses are like. If the losses are absolutely outrageous, then it shows that, yeah, level 12 is still too soon, even for an easy army. Let's just check our skills. It's damage received, not dealing damage. And of course the pirates do deal fire damage, so that's the only kind of slight concern, I suppose. But then I could... I could put the burn resist chest on him. I'm not sure that's necessary. So Aragorn thinks level 12 is about right as well. Gore scouting trolls. Definitely don't want that. Well, this time I actually was talking about you, Aragon. And thank you for tuning in and watching. There we go, that's Aragon, King of Men, finished with that mob. So what did we also get? We also got a tavern tip from the level 10 mobs. So this is only 5,000 gold compared to the 10,000 gold available from the level 6 mobs. I think, however, if I leave that on there, how long was it before it expired? 2 days, and we should have finished, this part by then. I think if I leave it, it'll probably be an XP generating tip. So yeah, I'll leave it for now and see if it gives us XP once we get to that level of the chapter. Right, now Aragon's back, I can take these off and give them back to him. Even though the fool keeps murdering them all. For now, Haldir, you can hold these. Right, any more mobs in the vicinity? It's that level 10 as well. And they are horseback archers, and the pikemen might do more damage to them. Still don't think I want to take that on yet. Need a level 6 mob that's not on the opposite end of our range. Right, how are we looking, Gandalf? First look, pretty good. So that was the problem, we weren't scouting enough for armies that were easily taken. But if I look, yeah, so the pirates, as predicted, did the most damage as a result of their fire damage. If I wore a fire resist chest, I probably would have come out a little bit more favourably there. However, I'm just reticent to ruin the familiarity we've built up with Dwalin on it so far. So how much experience do we get for one of these tiles? So we've done about 3/4 and got 5,000. So we'll probably get between 6,000 and 7,000. So we definitely need to still hit 1 or 2 more to get Gandalf's next level up. So we're going to need to continue our spree of scouting. Right, Frodo and Sam. Stick 8 skirmishers on him. We could also drop that to 6 if we want to. On Dwalin, we're going to put 100. Give him 100 of these militia. So then I can put 38 onto Isildur. There we go. And get them back out scouting again. All of these should have finally reset now. They have. So go Isildur. And go Frodo. And then we can, once we finish, if we find a nice easy one whilst we're drawing with Gandalf, we can then send him immediately after. One thing I do need to check is, when does this reset here? 61 hours, so we got 3 days. Plenty of time. Min no rush. Of course, we do have 15. Maltog. This is the easiest commander you can have on the tile. So this will be a definite tile I take with Gandalf after this draw runs out. Finally, we're starting to find some good tiles, which is great to see. So we'll be a little bit careful here now. In fact, I might recall Frodo for now, just because we don't want to find another good one, and the amount of draws that we get mean that tile then just expires and we've wasted all those troops. Right, 18 militias, too many, so let's put them on there. get a few more troops back when that heal cycle comes in though. Build wise, we still aren't able to build our academy. We still need 10,000, but we're not far off being able to get this conscripting post, which is about 2,000. So we could get that going sooner rather than later. I think it's probably worth looking towards upgrading. Yeah, let's upgrade this one, particularly our Numenorean quarters. We're going to need that, and it also boosts our stone production as well, as allowing us to eventually get stronger militia training grounds to move towards the tier 3 guards of the tower. I'm going to do one levy here as well, just to make sure we don't hit the limit and not have that regenerating. One minute for Gandalf to come off, and while we do that, we'll once again look at the rankings. Production wise, we are 56th, so we've dropped quite a bit out of the top 40, but once we take this tile, we'll jump back up to around 40th. Fellowship production wise, we are being caught up quite quickly here by X-Hub, who are on 46 out of 50. We're of course 50 out of 50, so we are being caught up. Drum and Tubi seem to be doing a bit of a swapperoo every time we look, shifting back and forth. But who else have we got in the top then? We got everyone on here. Good to see a lot of familiar faces, particularly from Power from previous seasons. Drum as well, of course. Yeah, and lots of fresh new faces as well. So it looks like it's shaping up to be a good server. Lots of competitive fellowships power-wise. Doing well on the early farming. So we're going to quickly boost this up. And then we're going to march straight to this Maltok tile. Yeah, that as far as losses go, that is acceptable. What do we lose? We lost 200 spearmen and 115 militia. So it's not fantastic, but considering we're only level 12 and it's a level 15 tile, manageable. And I think we'll lose less on this Maltok tile here. Reason being that all Maltok's skills are geared towards Warg's damage dealt, Warg recovery, Warg defense, and then he uses tier 2 orcs, and the only wargs he uses are the scouts, and they're tier 1, so they have very low stats anyway. So his skills are giving no bonuses towards his strongest unit, the tier 2 brute. So he's a brilliant brilliant tile to find. He's basically what I'm looking for. I'm looking for Maltok, I'm looking for Ori, I'm looking for Usura. And if you can find those, you're pretty golden, to be honest. So we can send our scouts back out again now, looking for the follow-up tile, so the tile that we want to hit, after we've taken this one. So let's look at these two close tiles here. Because in 5 minutes time, of course, Gandalf will finish his draw and he'll be ready to go again. And by that point, he should reach level 13. Do 14 people at the minute watching. Thank you all for stopping in. It is very much appreciated, especially on such a long stream. It's not always easy to keep watching engaged. So thank you for watching. Hopefully a lot of you are either home players or players in my server. And we've found another use for tile. So that is awesome. In fact, we're actually once again going to recall Isildur here. As I said last time, we don't want to waste a scouting trip, as it's going to take 5 minutes probably to draw out this tile, and then again on this one here, so by that point this will reset. See how we get on with Maltok compared to Usura. And yeah, pretty similarly, slightly less losses, I'd say. But another fantastic tile. Rain Man, learning from your mistakes. I don't know if you're saying that you're learning from watching my mistakes or I'm learning from my mistakes. But yeah, I've definitely learning from my mistakes. My troop massacre early on has led me here. I just got a little bit too greedy too soon. It's not the end of the world, and if I can waste 2,000 troops like that, and then also waste 2,000 troops, waste 10 ability points, and if I can still end up by the end of 24 hours around the top of the server, in top 10 kind of region, then it shows that you don't have to be perfect. Hello, Brambora. Thank you for stopping in. Rainman, you're learning from mine. Well, that's why I'm here. That's it's not really the educational content I wanted to put out, is how not to do it, but maybe that should be the header of the video. How not to start your server. Right, how are we looking on Gandalf? So 15,771, so I need 1,100 XP. And there's 10,000 left, which is about what was left on Yusra. And I got 1,400 last time. I might reach... I think I will. I think I'm going to reach level 13 on this tile, actually, which will be good because it will take us to the next step of the chapter, which should give us resources that we can then exchange for... And I've got to decide either the military academy or continuing our conscription post. Both have their merits. Conscription post is awesome, as of course it continues us towards our main hall, but I think we're going to get stuck on this main hall for a long old time until we can get some really high power tiles, because that 120k stone is almost unobtainable. I think we'll go for the academy. Reason being is that 2 command, extra 200 troops will massively reduce our losses, particularly on these 60 power tiles, but might also allow us a little earlier to reach for those 90 power tiles, which will make a huge difference, because the 90 power tiles will then allow us to reach towards high power stone, get our stone production right up, and it will just accelerate everything really. So I think military academy is the way to go. Brambora, I like the stream and I'm learning a lot from it. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that feedback. Hopefully your learning is the same as Rain Man. You're learning kind of what not to do from my mistakes, but hopefully there's a couple of useful bits of information in there as well. Oh, right. 1 minute, we draw that out. How long's left on this? 10 minutes still on this. We've got plenty of time to hit the Yusra tile as well once we've reinforced. We've stupidly left nobody conscripting on here, so we'll just go for 100 more militia. And of course we'll get more grain once we pass over here as well, so we'll be able to keep those conscripting. My dog broke your ears. I'm so sorry. I tried to mute as quickly as I possibly could, but he was led asleep directly underneath the microphone, and the postman knocked on the door, and he's rather fond of our postman. So very much apologies for everyone's ears. I just absolutely shattered. 25 seconds. Just keeping these coins rattling in. Hopefully tomorrow we get a nice early relocate token. Just getting those sooner rather than later would be brilliant. So at some point we're going to have to look into how to form a kingdom. I believe to do so we have to take one of the capitals So up here you have Anumines. Lower down we have Orthanc as well, which is a little closer to us, but it depends where the rest of our fellowship is, as well as our other fellowships that we're playing with. There's Dol Amroth, Osgiliath, Madotok, Kindland up here, and you'll be surprised to see that Erebor actually, where is Erebor? Going blind, is not one of them either. So yeah, select number of capitals. We need to take one, I believe, to establish our kingdom. Oh, there goes Gandalf the Grey. We've left all of our militia elsewhere. We are starting to build up these spearmen, which is good. I might even speed this up by 5 minutes just to get a few more spearmen in the bag. There we go. And then back to Dwalin and put all those militia back on him. And then go straight to that Usra tile and hopefully claim another nice easy win. Oh, we need to put the skill point on as well. And we can now finally start to level up the grey, so we can start getting a lot more healing as well. Right, now that's that done. Lots of lovely fresh resources, lovely stone. Nom nom nom. Suddenly the resources come flooding in. And we probably should have done this before hitting that tile. I think I've just wasted a couple of troops, but oh well. I'm going to get this built, and I'm going to speed it immediately as well. Let Gandalf draw out on this tile as well. Yeah, I think if I had 2 more command, I probably would have lost 100 or so less troops, but oh well. Get that in. We'll be able to give 2 more command to everyone. We still have 60 stamina on Gandalf. Dwalin's regenerated to 40. No one else is getting close to maximum yet, so we're not looking too shabby. We've definitely recovered. I think on Frodo it's probably worth chucking one of these hoods on, maybe. For now, let's just let Gandalf draw out another one of those 60s. I think we probably should stick on 60s for a little while, maybe until level 15, and then we can start looking towards higher power tiles. But again, it depends. If I can find an Ori, find an Ori or find a Usra, Maltok, then maybe a 90 again could be within reach, but probably better to wait for a couple of levels at least. Vanara's early #1 production. There we go. Merry and Pippin for the win. We have jumped back up to the top 40, currently at 38th following that tile capture. See a lot of our fellows around us as well, which is great to see. Fellowship production wise, home still top by about 15k. I think we have 5 more players now, so I'd probably take a couple of thousand off that, but we're still way ahead of everyone else as far as power production goes. X-Hub in second on 28k. Drum have currently stayed just ahead of 2B. They have 48 out of 50 and 2B have 44, so that's probably why a few more of their members have come online. I know that Drum is primarily from Russian and some of the Asian time zones, so they can be late starters. So you can't really assess where they're at until everyone gets online, and that could be the same case for a lot of the other fellowships without knowing details of their membership. And now it's just a case of us, we sort of keep grinding out these tiles basically. I think 2 more command might also bring Dwalin back into the fold. a very easy 60 maybe, or it could be worth taking one more 40 first. Got the stone tribute building. Might build eastern quarters, get a bit more gold in maybe, but we don't really need those troops. It could be a waste of stone. It's 30,000 stone for the next military academy. I wonder if it's worth... Nice. So we build Ranger Training Grounds or the Pirate Yurt. So it's probably that we need to work towards next, just to keep this going. And I'll upgrade the Horseman's Stable to level 3. So that's what we need to build. Let's just get a little bit more stone in and get that going, because there's no point speeding that up. We're not really using the horseman at all. But if we need it to get up the chapter, then we shall do so. It's just those range training grounds we can't do until this is here, and 13,000 stone is quite a heavy burden. So instead of taking the next military academy, we'll look towards that instead, as chapter aggression tends to be a little bit more valuable just to keep your tile limit going up. Of course, we've never really been anywhere near our tile limit yet, so not a huge worry about it yet. Thanks, Sina Sadat Ibrahimi. I really appreciate that comment. That's very much appreciated. Hopefully my content is relatively informative and you enjoy it. Right, I see we've got lots of very... There's 5 militia and there's also 3 spearmen. I'm just going to dump on here as well, just to keep those scout armies going. Now I can strip these off of here. And I think the militia off of Dwalin as well as these off Eowyn, and I can start reinforcing the troops. Now we've got that military academy upgrade. Now we've got the military academy upgrade. We can reinforce all of our commanders to have a few more troops. So that's what we're going to do with Gandalf, just make sure he's fully reinforced, or at least as much as possible. And then also make sure that King of Men has as many as possible as well, and then we'll just put the remainder back over here. I think that 200 more troops might make level 10 mobs viable for King of Men again. So let's take a look. They are horseback. Oh god, no, it's a waste of stamina. Ooh, that's frustrating. My finger slipped. Oh well. King of Men on the march. These tier 2 spears, I'll chuck a couple of 100 gold just to see if they do well against those horseback archers as their mounted units. Now, troopways, we aren't fully reinforced, so maybe it might be wise to wait just 3 minutes before we do our next march. Anyway, we need to carry on our scouting before we can send him to another 60 anyway. Send a Sildar here, Frodo and Sam here. And I think that'll do for now. Have you put points into morale yet from General Gore? Or are you not mixing your troops for your main PvE comms? So I was to begin with, and I noticed that my losses were much higher. So whilst I still have troops available, I'm trying not to mix troops. Gore. I don't want to put points into morale because I want to try and save these points so that when I reach ring level 10 I can put them into here as soon as possible. It's the same reason I haven't taken extract either. Frodo and Sam once again walking with his enormous club. Not sure where he picked that up or learnt to get it. It's actually Sam walking with the enormous club. First up we have a Gorebag with trolls. Again, Gorebag is easy. Trolls are not. So I think we'll give that one a miss. Then we have a Usura, an Adonai, and that's a sweep. But that is a Usura, so that's what we are going to hit straight away with Gandalf in 1 minute's time. So Aragon 2 did hit his sweep. He lost a lot less than last time, but still quite a lot. Surprised he didn't do better against the horseback archers, considering spearmen, to be honest. But the lack of low-level mobs is costing us. We need to start being able to take some of these level 10s out. Right. Let's get a ton more of this militia in. And in 40 seconds we'll have more spearmen. We can reinforce Gandalf and then send a full army at that Usura. I'm reticent to send, even though he's pretty close to a full army, I'm reticent to send him over now because we're missing, 50 militia and 50 spearmen. That's 100 troops. That's basically one command. That's a lot of damage that I'd be missing out on, and therefore I'll lose more troops as a result. So if I can, by waiting 40 seconds, reduce my number of losses, I'll definitely choose to do so. Yeah, lack of mobs, at least, low-level mobs. Got these level 12 ones, but lack of low-level mobs is costing us a bit at the minute as well. So we're not able to keep that grain flowing in quite as regularly as we have in past seasons. But there we go. And then which tile was the Usura tile? This one here. Now, I think last time we fought Usura, we lost about, I think it was 10,000, 35 to 25. So let's see how we do now. Of course, it depends on whether Convener procs properly or not. But let's see how we get on with this. We're not going to get a level up from this. It could be worth using Dwalin in a moment. Maybe not on level 60, I think one more level 40 first. But then he'll be good to go. Let's see what we got this time. Well, there you go, 4,000, and we didn't even draw straight out. So you can see how significantly better that is as a result. Pretty much only of upgrading our military academy. Those extra 200 troops made a huge difference loss-wise. So that's, yeah, definitely was worth doing. Right, we've got 3 more skirmishes there to make another Frodo army. Send him out here. Where's the next 60 tile that we haven't scouted? There's of course these two over here. I wonder where this bug's coming from. Sam with his enormous club batting across the screen. Who have we got here? Rossi 23 taking a 60 power tile. I was about to say with no losses, then I realised it's a second hit. Are there any other? I do quite like seeing world chat reports, so it's quite good. J-Bix of Power is already being hit by a clan, the Rise clan. It's not great to see. Where is that? Just down here. So we have Trent down here of Home. You have J-Bix of Power down here, and they appear to be being harassed here by Patarnix of Rise. So it looks like they're all spawning in the same kind of area. That's what I was a little concerned about in our area up here that this player here might start taking our tiles, but for now they aren't doing so. And you've seen there we did find another hittable easy tile, a nice Maltok tile, so we'll definitely seize that. We actually, it has occurred to me, I haven't actually purchased the season pass yet, so if you give me 2 seconds I'm going to look to do so. Season pass is by far the best value for money you can get in this game. You just get so many gems, madams, of course one legendary item as well with the Cask of Pride this season. £15 can be, it's not, if you're free to play it's not ideal, but it's definitely the best value for money if you want to be a low spender. Trent, go down south. I'm a little surrounded. Okay, I'll go back down there and have a look at see what else you've got around you. Is it more of these Rise players coming towards you? Right, there we go. And we're back. So we've got that season pass unlocked, so we can start bagging some of these. See, we've got a load of rewards here. 8 Mathams, 12 chests, and Gandalf has also reached the Maltok tile, and you can just see how low the losses are. Level 14, next to nothing in loss, particularly facing that Maltok, and we're going to get less and less loss as we continue to put points into the grey. I think he might be ready for a 90 power tile if we can find one. I know we've all been here before. It sounds like when I moved on to 60s all over again. But I think it might be worth a nibble. Just a nibble. If I can find a Maltok, it's definitely worth it. So just give Frodo and Sam his 1 militia. See if I can do anything here with Eowyn. So I can get 69 skirmishers, which is probably a few too many. Actually, if I pull 69 here and then drop Aragorn King of Men back to 700, there you go, I've got 15 there now in my barracks, so I can put those on Isildur. There we go. Got an Isildur scouting army as well out of that. And then I'll take all of those back out. And off Eowyn as well. And put them all back on King of Men. So you can't quite get to max, but not going to be using immediately anyway. Let's see if we can take one of these stone tiles then. Let's just send a couple of scouts. We're not going to hit unless, as I said, unless we hit the absolute easiest. We need Maltok or Yusra. We're not hitting any, half easy, half hard. Right, as I said to Trent, I'm going to have a look down, see if he's surrounded by the enemy. So we've got Trent here, of course, and then we said there's Patanix of Rise up here who's attacking them. What have we got a little bit south? So here's Trent's base himself. Phoenix Plus of Rise. So we've got another Rise player as well. So it looks like... Oops. The Rise clan have all decided to spawn in Eisen as well. This is happening in Nedwaith. So it looks like... I wonder if they're also around in Isengard. I'd have to check, but yeah, it looks like they're also spawning in the same sort of areas, so it might be a little bit of early battle. And our Frodo bomb actually took out 4,000, almost 10% of this Maltok's army. It took out 60 tier 2 brutes and 41, so almost a full command of his scouts. And on top of that, we also found a nice juicy Maltok. Now, do we have any more militia? I don't think we do we? Sadly not. None in healing. Don't know if we're about to get some. Okay, I was just checking whether it was worth waiting to see if we get a few more troops for Gandalf, but no, let's go. We are about 60 tier 2s down here. Yeah, half a command down. But let's see how we get on. This could be heavy losses, but if not, it could be an early 90 tile for us. Just waiting for this march to come over. There's not a lot we can do in the meantime. Still got all these sappers and breakers that we've got to use at some point, but they don't. They haven't really shown any value so far for us. Now, was this player in that same clan of Rise? At least so far, they haven't added in. Johnny Player's done what I said might be a good idea. It appears to be pulling in a one of those level 12 Elven mobs, which is what I should have done. So he's got a few more tier 2s here. He's also got a Retaliate Barlin on the go, a very strong Retaliate Barlin as well. Retaliate Barlin, of course, one of the strongest tilers you can use on this game. Very strong. Right, we're about to hit this 90 power tile. Let's pray to the 90 power tile gods. Low losses, please. Oh, please, please, please. Oh, not even a draw. There we have it. Almost no losses at all. No draw. Straight off the bat, all we had to do was scout, and definitely that hit from Frodo and Sam made a big difference. So thank you for, thank you, was it Trent? Thank you for reminding me to scout with the Madness bombs, as that definitely made a difference. We only lost 20 militia and 60 of our tier 2 spearmen, and that's 90 power tiles in the bank. Now we know they're doable, of course, we can start really looking onwards. There's a lot of potential now for us to start growing in power very quickly. Looking at the rankings, pretty much that alone has already risen us up to 14th place. See here, Max is on 1700 with Gataklu. Fellowship production wise, we're still about 15k ahead. Drum and Tubi still doing their merry-go-round with power just behind. Overall, this is an excellent start from everybody. Level 7 on our ring as well. And 50 gems in the bank. Right. Time to continue our scouting mission. We need to speed up some heals here, really. Just to get some more scout armies available. 14 militia, that's perfect. And those 41, there we go, that's good. We need to start using some of these, really. Right, these tier 1 unit, I'm not really bothered by these tier 1, whatever these are. So I'm going to turn those into scouts as well. Where are we? Isildur, there we are. Start using these bruisers. So we've already scouted this one. I'm going to be solely looking at stone as well for now, because stone is the most valuable resource this early on. All we care about is stone, stone, stone. So what have we got here? We have a Khaldoon, which we, as I said, I'm not going to be, even though this looks relatively simple, I am not going to be rolling the dice. I'm not going to be, running the risk, wondering, oh, what if, what if. I'm just only going to hit the easiest armies. Plain and simple. Right, 7 skirmishers available. Let's get Aragorn kitted up. Send Frodo and Sam out here to that one with his enormous club. There's another 90 here. Let's send Aragorn out here. And let's really start harvesting these now. Give me 1 second. I just need to quickly answer the door. Sorry about that, everyone. Come back eventually. Just had a poorly timed phone call. But we are ready to continue. And we're carrying on exactly where we left off, to be honest. Back capturing those 90 power tiles. And it's been quite handy as it's given us a little bit of time to let troops build up, healing come in. We did have a few of our scouts hit whilst we were away, and I did check, and none of the tiles that we hit were particularly great. They all were tiles that we would probably have too high of losses on, so we're going to look to avoid those. Where's the seal door? Send out a couple more scouts. More of those bruises. Let's do Aragorn as well. There we go, right. So this one is now kind of replenished. So let's send Aragorn here. As has this one. Isildur. And the one right on our doorstep will send Frodo and Sam. So yeah, apologies for the big delay there. We are soon going to cut away for a segment while I eat my lunch. Yeah. Sorry, Fuma. Yeah, I did know I was muted. I just needed to head away for a second. Deliberate mute. But we'll carry on scouting these. Pick up a few more 90 power tiles. See if we can really start progressing power wise. We should have rebuilt a bit more stamina. What's our commander stamina now? So 40, 50. We're going to have to use Eowyn again soon. She's getting a bit low, but we need some mobs really to sweep with her. Right, up first we have a LOTR, which we're definitely not going to be taking. Second up, Khaldun, no thank you. Frodo Bomb was actually unsuccessful here as well. And last but not least, Isildur, come on, give us a Maltok. What have we got? We have a Shagrat. We lost a few too many, I think, on the 40 power Shagrats that we hit earlier, so we're not going to look to hit that again. So we're going to bypass all of these and just go with another couple of scout armies. Let's put those two skirmishers back on there. Just keep hunting out these 90 power tiles now. It's just going to be a case of just absolutely machine gunning every 90 power tile. 90 power tiles are fantastic as well, as they do produce a good amount of resource. So we'll be keeping these for a long old while. It's not like the 30s and 40s that we'll be dropping, kind of as soon as possible. We will be keeping these for a long time. What else we got? We got healing coming in. Still got conscription fine. We don't have anything building really. So we need this 30,000 stone for that. Well, we're going to ignore that for now. Can't upgrade Numenorean quarters, but we 14,000 stone for the next step of the Horseman stable. Again, not too bothered by that. Build Ranger training grounds or the Pirate Yurt. So we can build that, but we need 13,500 as well. So we need about 28,000 gold to get to the next 28,000 stone, sorry, to get to the next chapter, which we're not quite at yet. What have we got? We got an Ugthak, no thank you. Whilst he is relatively easy, and we did get a decent Frodo Bomb as well. As I said, I'm not going to run the risk with my troops. I'm going to keep only hitting the easy tiles, Yusra and Maltok. We're not going to be wasteful. Where is Isildur again? Right at the bottom. Let's give him those 46 troops. Send him down here. Oh, Phoenix. Gave you all the worst insult a man can be given. Though Phoenix, I would say, as a Barcelona fan, glass houses, Why aren't I using my ability points for stone? Well, there's a couple of reasons. One is I haven't taken the extract option, and I don't want to spend my ring point on the extract option, because once you've done that, you can't, even when you reset, it doesn't take the point out of this, so that ring point's lost forever. Extract doesn't really give you a good amount of stone, so I'm actually saving the ring points to go into enormous power to get max ability points. But I also want to take gather. Once you get gather, you can then spend your ability points to get stone that way. And gather gives you significantly more resources than an extract will. So I want to save my ability points so that I can gather once that time comes around. So it means that we're a little bit slower now, kind of in the the early stage of this first 24 hours. But once we hit ring level 10, suddenly the gathering on these 90 power stone tiles will mean we'll have access to an enormous amount more stone. So that's why I'm not using my ring points currently. I don't want to spend the ring point extract, and I don't want to waste ability points on extract when I can gather in future. So we hit another 90, and we found a wonderful Grima. We do not like Grima, so we will pass on that, and then continue pumping our scouts back out. Thankfully, due to our 24-hour buff, they don't take long to get back, and they don't get caught up after being defeated for 10 minutes like they would otherwise. Right, Isildur can go this way. I think we just hit this one. Hit this one. Have we got any more 90 power stones? There's 2 over here, annoyingly. Oh, and this player's moving again. There's a 90 stone there. Off you go with your 1 troop, Frodo and Sam. I probably need to get a few more of these going, get scattergunning a little bit more. Let's take those 69 troops. 69 way. Take them off there. Let's put them on a few of these others. So I did see there's 32 bruisers available there. And then Hergon can have these 69. And let's carry on shooting at as many 90 power stone tiles as we possibly can. Doesn't even matter if they're a little bit further away. We're just going to keep swinging for as many as possible until we find a nice easy one. And for that we need to keep hitting over and over and over again until we find one of those easy ones. Anything interesting going on in world chat? Doesn't look so far. Are there any interesting reports? This player here taking a 30 with his level 9. Similar here. Nothing too interesting. Retaliate Barlin's still going as the report we saw earlier. Let's check if anything's changed while we were away. Personal production wise, same names seem to be near the top. We've dropped all the way down to 25th though, so there's a lot of players growing very quickly. Fellowship production, Home's actually jumped 20,000 ahead. I think we were about 15,000 ahead last time, but I expect we've got 5 more members again. X-Hub with 51 out of 55. Drum has its 49 out of 55, and Power's jumped ahead of 2B again with 55 out of 55 members. But 2B only have 47 out of 55, so they just waiting for theirs to come online, I assume. Couple of hits here. We have Sharku. Is Sharku one of the easy ones? No. Madness Infliction. Though we potentially could do it if I strapped on a horseman's helm. I'll strap this on here, get the madness immunity. Nope, I'm going to stick to my guns. Stick to my guns. Only doing Yusra, really easy ones. A few players here waiting to come in, about 600 power. I noticed you're there as well, Phoenix. Apologies. Right, let's see what the next 2 scouts come in with. First up, we have Aragorn, who finds Yusra, so off we go. And let's see what Hergon finds as well. kind of need to also strap our scouts back up with some more troops, but they're still marching. He finds a Shaku. Right, Haldir, you can have some scout troops. Oh, we have 389 militia back. Let's give those to Eowyn for now. Eowyn actually obviously has fallen behind King of Men as far as levels go. So she's going to be primarily used as a sweeper, to be honest. Although her losses are much less than King of Men, so it might actually be better to be using her as the sweeper. Let's chuck that 1,000 on her. And then King of Men can just hold my troops for now. Have we got any more, mobs in range that are of an acceptable level? Those are level 10, level 10. Everything's level 10. Let's try again, just searching for level 6s alone. I don't think so. Oh, there is one. Fly, Eowyn. That's because Tyrox has been added to the Fellowship, finally. Oh, we do have... These are quite handy. I'm going to mark this here, as it could be very valuable for extending our range a little bit later on. I love that we've got these done-ending villages around as well, because it means probably starting from tomorrow we can start to really farm levels on by just hitting up these done-ending camps and getting the XP from them. Brilliant for quick leveling. Grain tribute is complete, and our stone tribute also is almost done. 6,000 stone. Still, I've decided not to get the embassy. Could be valuable, but stick to what we know for now. I think for now we might take a quick break for lunch. I'm probably going to come back this afternoon with a little bit more, a little bit longer play. And just see if we can get up to that, there's 130s, 150s and start farming those. But for now, I'm absolutely starving, so I'm going to do a quick break for lunch. I'm not going to turn the stream off, I'll just leave it, be right back. And then you guys hopefully can rejoin a little bit later in the future. So for now, I will be heading off, and hopefully you'll rejoin me later on. Thank you for joining me this morning, I really appreciate it. Hello guys, we're now back. Apologies for a little bit of jankiness there when I tried to come back. Somebody's in the live stream window went a bit funny, it just kind of disappeared. Well, it froze on my messages for some reason instead. But yeah, we are currently back. While just eating my lunch, I did do a little bit of extra farming. I took a 40 power tile with Dwalin just to get him up to that level 12 so he can take 60s, and I hit a couple more 90s with Gandalf the Grey. As you can see, he's now halfway through level 16, and we do now have 6 90 power tiles. So we're going to look towards getting a few more 60s, just getting Dwalin's level up so he can keep up with Gandalf the Grey. Well, let's get him up to full troops. There we go, and let's give Gandalf all the spares. Right, so we can start sending scouts out now for Dwalin's troops. Dwalin's tiles, sorry. It's going to by and large follow the same pattern as we did earlier, just scout hit, same as what we did with Gandalf. You know, no need to be fancy. It's all exactly the same method. Just try not to lose too many troops, because we're back now in that kind of danger zone we were at earlier with Dwalin, where he struggles a little bit to capture these higher power tiles. So yeah, we're back with scouting. While I'm gone, there's probably been some switcheroos around, so we're almost a third of the way through this first part of the server. That's really good, considering the server's only been open for, what, 5 hours? 4 hours? So yeah, we're going to get through this one pretty quickly, which means then hopefully we'll get through this quickly too, and tips will start generating experience very quickly. Ranking-wise, production, we are sat in 12th. We're only about 350 power off the top now, considering we still have a little bit of stamina on our Gandalf, but we have quite a lot on Dwalin as well. That's pretty doable if we wanted to get to that point. I'm not too bothered about number 1. I'm just trying to get a grip at the minute. Home is about 25k clear. We're about half again on top of second place X-Hub at the minute as far as power production goes. Power has done a little bit of a switcheroo, and they've got themselves up to 3rd place. 2B has leapfrogged Drum up into 4th, and Drum is in 5th. I do know that Drum at the minute is struggling a little bit with some of their members, that they've spawned slightly outside the spawn region, so they're unable to join, which is causing a lot of issues for Drum at the minute. So they're struggling to get everyone in, which is probably contributing to that loss of power position at the minute. I'm sure they'll get it back. Those between 2nd and 5th has been doing the old switcheroo all day, to be honest. It's good to see there's so many competitive fellowships in this game. And what do we have below that? So below that we still have SDCC, the B team, despite the fact that the main one seems to be down here in 14th. Then we have Rise, Echo, Lego, and Game as well, which I think is Gods Among Middle Earth. I thought it was going to be Gods Among Men. Then we got Rise as well, and I think Rise, this is the clan that's spawned near, in between like Home and Drum, because they've been causing a little bit of trouble, I've seen, with taking tiles. CS Hero has started using Gil-galad already, so he must have converted one of the mobs, or has he built a, I can't see it, I was going to say a ranger shelter thing, not that I can see. What have we got report wise? King of Love, yeah, taking an easy 90 power tile with almost no losses. Those Maltocs are awesome. As you can see, Dwalin's able to take them easy on 60 power tiles as well. So yeah, those Maltocs are awesome. Right, let's get our scouts going again. There we go, 3 more 60s we need to hit. 90. Already scoured that one. Another 60 here. I really should turn on that little filter that shows you which tiles are 60 power. See if I can find it. Maybe it's in settings. Not that I can see. I know there is a way to turn it on where it puts like a little 60 on the oh, there we go, at the bottom there, power. There we go. That should make life a little bit easier. Now we can just pick out all the ones that see 60 by hand. A lot easier. Right, Dwalin needs to be reinforced, so let's get that done. Let's put these 34 militia there as well, because they can then come out and scout this tile. Oh no, it was already done. 60 here. Yeah, it's a lot easier to spot now I've done that. Right, what have we got on early ones? Agzok, no. Troll, Gorbag, no. Sharku. Inflicts... I don't see the burn damage. It's more the madness that could be the issue. But I think that's an easy tile. If I just quickly put on anti-madness. So there we go, I'll do that. Then we should have no issue there with Dwalin taking it as long as he's got that madness resistance. Should be nice and easy. Just waiting for him to march over. It takes ages to do that. While we do that, we should probably search for another level 6 mob to see if Eowyn can start. There we go, sweep in another one of those. Just get a bit more grain in and keep her stamina regenerating. Right, 30 seconds until Dwalin's back. We found a Greenmer with Hiragon, which is horrible, so we definitely don't want to hit that tile. Let's just get a few more scouts going again. We are not finding easy armies here. Need a few more Maltoks to make us happy. The problem is, obviously, is everyone's going to start. Everyone's already at the point now where they can already take 60 power tiles, so a lot of them are already being snapped up, already have been snapped up. Just make sure we're still conscripting, keeping our units up. We're a little bit low on a lot of resources. This is another thing I didn't cover while I was away. I did start the horseman stable to our just so it's running, because we need that. We need that in order to progress the chapter. We also need to build this here, the Ranger Training Grounds. But in order to get that, we need 13,000 stone. We're a little way off that yet, but hopefully with plenty of sweeping, we'll get there pretty quickly. Yeah, that Sharky wasn't too bad. It's obviously not great. It's not as good as Maltok, but it's not awful either. We'll take that. That could have been a hell of a lot worse. Another Greamer again. It's definitely one we do not want to hit. JR singing the home choo-choo. And another, oh no, that's the mob sweep mayor win. Yeah, a bit more grain in the bank. And Howard is about to hit. And hopefully get some scouting underway. Hopefully we find something half decent. We found a gore bag. I wonder if that gore bag is going to have no trolls. Nope. Still trolls. Very frustrating. Oh, right, we need to find a lot more. We need to find a lot of easier tiles. We're struggling right now. Right, let's bring those militia out actually, because they've got a way of. I don't want that many on there, to be honest. So let's put those there, and then at least there's only 54. We can send Theoden out again. Speed through this. That's 224. I'm looking. There we go. 200 there, and then put 24 on another one. Right, more 60s, more 60s. What do we got? There's loads up here where Haldir came from, so send Theoden. And here gone as well. Yeah, it's an easy 60. Gandalf the White. No issue. You can do 90s already. Bean, if you're watching, you can already do 90s. Just look for a Maltok. Find an easy tile and you've already got it. Dwalin, another one of these and I'll get to level 13. I might wait till level 14 before I move on to level 90 tiles with him, as he is still losing a lot on the 60s. However, if we do find a Maltok on a 90, I suppose it's probably doable at level 13, so we need one more 60 with him. Then there's potential. Right, 33 skirmishers there. Oh, I didn't mean to click Elrond, but I guess that'll do. 2 bruisers on there. Not recovered yet. Apologies again. Right, where else are any more 60s? We're going to look further and further out now for these 60 power tiles. There's one there. But it just means the march times are pretty long. We've already done a lot of these, even though they're far out. Another 60 there. So let's send Aragorn, see what we can find. Right, we found an Ugthak, which we don't really want. Let's strip troops here off Gandalf the Grey, put them back on Dwalin. There we go. Still in quite a good troop situation, despite the fact that we sacrificed two to hell. We've still got quite a few of them left, so we're not doing too badly. There's another Sharku over there, so I think we might just make that the one we go for. Let's see, why not? So let's send him over. 4-minute march anyway, so I can't bother to wait. We might as well, in which case, recall these guys and save them for the 90 power tiles. 4 minutes, we're going to get another 100 spearmen as well. We have a stone tribute going. Just annoyed we don't have any of these running towards getting our tier 3 troops, because we need them as soon as possible. But then we can't build the 4th of this. I don't think we can do it until level 7 Numenorian quarters, so we're just too far away, because this main hall is going to hold us up for a long time. And ring level 10 is what's going to help us get in there once we've unlocked the gather ability. So we just need to kind of hold fire for now on that. Let's do one levy of this so we don't hit max. Oh, do we still have Aragorn? Oh no, he's heading back in. I thought he was heading out for another scout then. Right, so Dwalin on this. Yeah, he will. We'll hit level 13. Keeping this Madness Helm on him for now. I will switch back to the full helm in a moment. But just for now, we're keeping the Horseman's Helm on. Because if we're hitting that Sharku tile, it's going to be madness again. And we do have the fire resist chest, so we don't have to worry too much about these pirates. Of course, this one here didn't have any fire damage. So I don't know if we're going to take more losses here, because there is fire damage. But then again, we do have the fire resist chest. I guess we'll find out. It's another wing it and hope. Maybe another 1,000 troops about to head to their doom. We see more and more 90 power tiles being taken now. As always, if you can find Maltok, you can just find the easiest tile ever. To be honest, these Khaldoons are pretty easy as well. I haven't had any trouble with Khaldoon so far, particularly if you have a fire resist chest. You'll see there, there you go. See, 9,000 damage was done by pirates, so cut that down by 60% and you're even better. Haldir, I can't say I've ever thought about coming up against Haldir. Looks like it does a reasonably high amount of damage, considering that's a 40 power tile on a level 13 commander. I think I saw Eowyn come back as well. I did. Do you know what? I might chuck her down to like 800 of these. No, sorry, not the spearman. Militia. Give her a ton of those as well. 400 odd. 300. There we go. Right, let's get her sweeping another mob. Ooh, long way to go, but still in range, thankfully. It's good that the mobs respawned while we were away, so whilst I was away for lunch. So that means we've got a ton more mobs that we can start hitting, and some of them are level 6. Let's just see here, so we can yeah, sweep them a heck of a lot easier. Or at least easier than we were before. It might even be worth me exploring filling up these troops and sending out to get a sweep as well. How did Dwalin do on that Sharku? Ah, yeah, easy, yes. Not too bad, those Sharku. As long as you've got the madness resistance, no issues whatsoever. Right, I think it's 90 tile scouting time again. And this one has to be a Maltok or a Usra, because Dwalin is not high enough level to take anything else, really. People started taking 60s, although see those Shagrats actually do quite a large amount of damage. I know I struggled with one earlier on as well. Oh, we got a Khaldun. I'd take that if it was my Gandalf, but it isn't, so I won't. Speed this. Right, what have we got? One bruiser, there we go. Skirmishers, I need ideally as many elsewhere, so let's put 100 of them here, and 38 can form. There we go, another scout. What do we get on our scout hits? So we had Khaldun, now we have Sharku. No and no. As I said, we're looking for Maltok only. Maybe Usra if we're feeling good, but Dwalin's not as strong tile-wise as Gandalf the Grey, so Maltok is the ideal. See what we can do. We're not streaming for too much longer today, maybe an hour-ish, but then I'm going to look to tune off today. I probably will be back on stream again tomorrow, as I want to be a little bit more involved with this server, stream-wise, and keep you guys, updated and running as what's going on with it. I got a little bit caught up last season due to illness and vacations, so I couldn't keep everyone as up to date as I want to. But with this one, I should be able to stream a little bit more regularly, which will be good to keep everyone up to date. And that was a Maltok. Oh, it's a cave troll Maltok, which is kind of new, if I'm being honest. What does the Sealdor find? Agzok with cave trolls. Nope, Maltok it is. See, the problem with that is Maltok's easy. Cave trolls are not easy. Mainly because of this. Minus 15% physical damage, and that's on top of having huge HP and good defense. This still could be quite a tricky tile. I guess we're about to find out. Let's max him here. Go put the rest back there. And then which tile was it? Let's find out how hard this is. It's probably going to involve a reasonable amount of losses, but not as many as it would be if it was other potentially more difficult commanders. So we've got depth defenders here. I have to keep an eye on this because they could be quite good for training. I don't know how easy or hard they are to train on. I'd have to check the armies. But until then, we've got all of these ruins, crossings, various ways to level up. Hello again, Phoenix. Thanks for rejoining. Same to you, Trent, as well, and Brambora as well. Thank you very much. Thank you all for coming back on. I really appreciate it. Continued support. Hopefully you're enjoying the stream so far. At least seeing what I'm going through minute by minute. Right, how did we do against these trolls? Doesn't look like massive loss. So we lost about 8,000. That's not too bad. And on the conclusion of the draw, we should take it. Not bad for his first 90 tile. It would have been better if Maltok didn't have the trolls, but you can't have everything in life. Without the trolls, he would have taken this first hit easy, I'm sure. So, scouts again. Let's look for our next unwilling victim. Need to do all these heals again. We're actually running. We've been scouting so much. We're actually running out of stamina on our scouts. So if I put 600 there. No, I don't want to use spearmen. So 15 militia. Can go on Aragorn to look as well. So we've got 2 more scouts. We'll look in this direction because this is where he's fighting currently. Although I don't see a lot of 90s. There's one here I haven't scouted. I think we've checked most of these. Oh no, we haven't. Let's check this one here then. Obviously we want stone over wood, but all we can do is just keep resetting those stone tiles until we finally find one with a good army, or we get level enough that we can take them easily. But the problem is, by the time we're taking them that easily, we're going to be moving on to 130 armies. Of course, we have to keep an eye on tile limit. We do have 13 tiles left of our limit. After taking a few of those, we have moved up to 7th, about 300 off the top. Again, taunted by a lot of these level 6 mob spawns, spawning just outside of our reach. This player once again isn't really moving. Shagrat and a LOTR, so I'll give a hard pass on both of those. Six militia, there we go. And 10 more militia just healed as well, so we'll put those here. Right, 90 power tile scouting again. Send one up here. Not really the done thing to take tiles up against someone's base, but I think CS is inactive at the minute. And we'll probably be dropping them pretty quickly as well. And everyone's a bit cramped up here. We're all going to be pushed for space pretty soon. Right, we don't have any spearmen conscripting. We are running low on grain. Let's just put those in for now. So we need to keep this Eowyn sweeps. We need to keep her going. Let's get her going over here again. Yeah, when she's done that, we'll start sweeping level 10s as well. Might be worth getting Aragorn. Just don't really have the troops for it. I've got the troops on Gandalf the Grey, but I don't really want to take those off, to be honest. 1 minute until Dwalin finishes that. Storm started taking 90s, that's good to see, so he's going to be finally growing in power. CS can always leave and take it, that is true. If he needs to take it back, can always leave the Fellowship, though that would probably be an even more scummy thing to do than taking one next to his base, to be honest, to come and take it back. I can just drop it if needs be. I've always done that in previous seasons. If I've taken something too close to someone's base, if it's directly bordering their base, I'm always happy to drop it when they come to the point where they need it, so it's not an issue. Right, more scouts, more scouts, more scouts. 34 skirmishers, there we go. Where I just sent Theoden, there is stone up here as well, so we'll send Boromir. What have we got? So Dwalin finished with that Maltok. Theoden found a LOTR, which is just wonderful, so we will not be hitting that tile. For now, let's focus on reinforcing. Drop these troops out. And again, the reason I'm putting all the rest of my troops on here to make sure I've got 0, 0, 0 is so when we get those heals of like 2 or 3 troops, they're almost perfect for forming a scout army, because you don't lose many then when you slam them into their death up here. As Hergon's just done, and he's hit a Usra, so that's perfect. We'll send Dwalin up again. He should hit level 14 as well. So if needs be, we'll offer this back to CS in the future. By the time we're on 130s anyway, we'll we'll be ready to give that back. Anything interesting in world chat? This player's got a lovely strong Greamer and is taking tiles with very low losses. It's good to see. It's a power player. We have Poro Dude in King, who's getting losses from Gorbag, which is quite surprising. This is the Gorbag I said without trolls. Should be quite easy to take. But that's because he has his Gandalf built wrongly. Doesn't have Wizard or Surge, so he's missing out on an additional stun and an additional instance of healing from Surge triggering the grey. America Supreme and his awesome Gandalf the White, taking 90 power tiles with ease, which is great to see. Particularly when he hits Maltok. It's one thing we're missing at the minute, I think, for particularly for non-role play. We are definitely missing Gandalf the White. Boromir is about to hit his scout as well. Of course, Dwalin's going to take this tile here first, but if that is a good army, we can just easily reinforce and move straight on to the next one. We are running low on stamina. We have 20 on Gandalf the White and 20, almost 30 on Dwalin. So we're just going to be jumping between the two of those, to be honest. Have on this one. Ready for Maltok. No, we have Sharku. What was Sharku like on that 60? That's almost exactly the same competition. Can't think of the word. Combination of troops. Yeah, see, we had almost no loss there. 4,000 loss, and that was with anti-madness. I think we might go for that one after, because Dwalin will level up again. So we can reinforce him. No reason I don't think that we can't take that. Right, 3 spearmen. Oh, go on then. 3 is fine. Get another heal in 10 seconds to build another scout army. Meanwhile, Dwalin will hit this here. Right, are any of these offering resources that we could desperately need? Sweeping is going to give us more resource, so that's good to see. We need to keep that up. Warband contribution, yep. Not a lot more we can do other than click this every time the opportunity comes up. How did we do on this Usra? Actually, we lost quite a lot. 7k there. Not ideal, but Dwalin did level up. I thought he'd take that straight away, to be honest. Yeah, not brilliant. We want to take this one here, so once that draw's run out, we have to reinforce pretty quickly. We do have another 10,000 gold mob. I don't think this will generate experience, so we can just send, anyone out to get me that 10,000 gold. I think the 5,000 one might generate experience though, because that's actually from a higher level mob but gives less gold. So I think that would suggest that there's something else to be given from that tip. I could be wrong. It's just a guess. Got 100 more militia. from our barracks. And we are running low on a lot of resources right now. But we are still going to get those stone tributes going. Oh, we're not. Actually, we've got that maximised. So in which case, just a case of waiting for stone, to be honest. We have 10k stone at the minute. So we're not far off. How far off are we? So yeah, we need 3,000 more stone. So hopefully in the next 20 minutes, half hour, we can get that going. Let's march Eowyn back. We haven't really got anything to reinforce, so I suppose we could take some of these troops off Gandalf again. I don't think we need them at the minute for reinforcing Dwalin. We should have plenty there anyway. I'm going to try Eowyn on a higher level mob, I think, at this point. That was level 10, that one there. Do I see how she gets on? But then that's fire damage. She's using pikemen, so ideally it would be a level 10 mob that's like a horseback archer, one like that. See how she gets on. Now we're just waiting for Dwalin to play out his draw, then we're going to take on this tile as well. I think I still have the anti-madness helm. I do. We've gone over 2,000 power as well now. Still in 7th. You can see how close it is up at the top. America Supreme has actually gone top with 2,400. That's what we just saw. Taking easy 90s using his Gandalf the White. And this is the rankings fellowship wise. See, all still pretty close, but Drum just slipping away a little bit in 5th. Again, I think due to that membership issue. But it's all so close that you can never tell. You can never tell how close things are just from power production, because a team can just be brilliant farmers but absolutely useless as soon as it comes to wartime. So yeah, using Boromir as a scout, what sacrilege. Sorry Phoenix, I'm afraid I don't rate Boromir the same way you do. I think I might even have him respect 5, to be fair. My Boromir, I think he's respect 6. Just don't really use him. Most of these are basically from tips, other than Eowyn and Dwalin, who actually get some actual use. To be fair, Boromir wouldn't be the worst commander ever at the start of these. Additional damage. I think he does boost men as well, doesn't he, if I'm wrong? Bonus defense. Yeah, men damage dealt from nobility. Wouldn't be the worst choice. I still don't think he has enough damage mitigation to be, a fully strong, usable opener. But it's not awful. Right, let's max Dwalin again. And then take that Sharku. And I'm a little worried, having taken some losses on that. Taking some losses on that Usra, that we might take quite big losses here. I think it was this one here was the Sharku. It is. Let's see, we'll find out. Our ability points thankfully have also regenerated to 13 points. In 10 minutes we'll have 14. So we're starting to kind of pull back from that early mistake earlier. I've just noticed Dwalin there didn't actually get to maximum command. It's my mistake. There we go. Don't want to waste those 60 troops. They could make a difference. And whoa. Not great from Eowyn either on the level 10 mobs. Losing a few too many. We'll keep her on the 6s for now then. Yeah, Boromir isn't very good at that. Yeah, Tar will take it. I didn't think so. He doesn't look like he has enough damage mitigation. He's got the increased defense, I suppose, but that's about it. He just doesn't have like healing, for example, which is kind of needed to reduce those losses. So we've got the anti-madness helm. Got a bit of healing here. We'll switch back to the full helm in a moment, just once we've taken out the shark here. I think the anti-madness, along with the anti-fire, should be pretty good to counter against him. This is where we come back with enormous losses, but I guess we'll see. Never know if you don't check. Got the tile. Yeah, very minimal loss. There you go. So yeah, the Sharku, if anything, is easier than the Yusra, courtesy of, you know, they're very low. Due to the madness, we can resist the madness and the fire damage as well. Right, can we reinforce? Yeah, pretty much that'll do. Right, scouting. Back to scouting. Hopefully a load of these are regenerated now. There we go. Or at least reset. Go away. That one there. Both of these are reset. Excellent. We want the stone checked first. And then we can look towards maybe the wood tiles afterwards. First up, the stone. Hopefully one of these is usable. Yeah, that was a nice quick 200 extra power in the bank as well from those two tiles. A little bit close to CS Heroes base, as I said, but we can always give them back. It's natural when there's so many people crammed up together like this that we're going to start touching paths, to be honest, because everyone's got a little bit of expanding room, but not, you know, not a massive amount. So there's limits to how much we can grow without jumping off each other a little bit. So first up we have a Shagrat, which we've seen earlier can do a lot of damage, particularly due to the stun, and his own commander damage is pretty high, so we'll avoid that. A Grima 2 we're going to avoid due to the madness. Theoden up third. Have we got a Maltok? We do. So Dwalin, back you come. I'm actually just going to speed recall him. And that's another stone tile in the bag. One more good hit with Dwalin and he'll be completely out of stamina. And then we had Agzok up last, so with trolls. So not a tile we'll be taking. Most of our scouts looking a little bit weary now. I think that's all the stone we have in our close vicinity, so it might be time to start hitting some of these wood tiles now. I get that I can connect a few of these over here, but you know, not too bothered. I think once Dwalin's taken this, he should hit level 15 as well. Let's see. Yeah, nice. So we've got level 15 on Dwalin, level 16 on Gandalf the Grey. And Gandalf the Grey, I think, might be ready to start taking some easier, like one, yeah, maybe 130 tiles. Only first scouted and they're deemed to be pretty easy, but I think he can do it. Right, I'm going to take these spearmen here off. So actually, let's get that down to 800 and up to 900. So he's properly maxed. Then we have some spare militia as well. 14 militia, there we go. Easy. We got things in scripting. Yes, we do. Right, scout some of these wood tiles. Three scouts out. Trenton, yeah, I've started taking rise tiles. Yeah, that's the problem, because I'm lucky that I haven't really spawned an enemy near me other than this one here. Capera, Sapera. There's not really many enemies near me. You see Bone GT's now joined the Fellowship. There's not really anyone with any issue. This guy down here isn't moving either. Whereas, unfortunately for you, Trent, you spawned an opposing clan right near you, so you're a bit in the trouble. Was that two? Oh no, I thought I was back-to-back Maltok then. I thought I was in heaven for a moment. But for now, we'll just take this one here. And I recalled Aragorn Scout because we just don't need him to look into another tile at the minute. I found the one we wanted. Right, we'll pull her down to less on those. And we're also going to give her these units here. Let's take all these off, because we're starting to need these militia. I'm going to have to reskill her though, as currently I have her boosting men units. And of course, if she's not using men, there's no point. So let's put 14 points into here. Of course, it's kind of wasted as we're not using mounted units so well, but we want this heal here, frontline rescue. And then I think we're going to go into Shield Maiden potentially. Yeah, it's going to Shield Maiden for more chance of damage received buffs. And she's then going to make use of those, useless units that we're not using. And she can just sweep, sweep, sweep. Dwalin's going to get this here. And then I think we're going to start looking at 130s with Gandalf the Grey. There we go. Easy capture, no losses. Dwalin is also very capable of 90s. We'll have to remember kind of only 90s for now though. Yeah, I know I occupied the land, thank you. Remove those troops, now he's out of stam for the next 20 minutes. And let's get Gandalf the Grey hooked up. He's got 3 hits. Lots of tier 2s. So. Time to create a ton of scout armies to try and hit a lot of these 130s around us then. See what we can find. If we're lucky, we'll find some easy ones early on. Again, it's Yusra, Maltok. I don't mind a non-troll Gorbag either. But it's all the same again. I'm unsure as far as Sharku, what Sharku's like on a 130. LOTR, definitely not. Sam and his huge sword. And Isildur can scout out here as well. A few of the Me Bros are in here as well. Clan we've played with previously. We played in this season here. Was that season? No, it wasn't that season. That's season 3. No, it was this season, yeah. This one here. Similarly with a lot of these players. Grisnag with all trolls. I could not think of a worse army to face. I will hide from that for as long as humanly possible. and an Adonai as well. Might take us a little while to find an army we actually want to hit using this in the 130s, because of course 130s are going to be a lot more difficult. So again, we kind of reset back to only wanting to hit the very easiest tiles possible. Haldir can go out here. We've actually got that many 130s linked to us. I'm quite surprised. This green one, Aragorn, come down here. Yeah, Maltok, Yusra. I was hoping for like Ori, but all of these seem to be evil side tiles. I assume because of the fact that we're spawned in Eisen, but we definitely had some good side ones earlier on, but I guess they've gone away now. How are we looking ranking wise? So yeah, we are, what, a third? Coming up on a half way through this. Personal production wise, we have risen to number 3, 10 off number 2, and when we take one more tile, we will go up to number 1. Home is still miles out in front. X-Hub's starting to pull away from Power now in 2nd, and Power's pulling away a little bit from 2B in 4th, who are also then pulling away from Drum. So you can see the spacing starting to increase a little bit. Shout out to all my homies up in home, just doing an awesome job with the early farming, absolutely smashing it. At least as early farming goes, we are taking quite a big lead early on. What do we got? Another Troll Grishnak. No, thank you. Oh. Another Troll Grishnak, and then a hit which was Agzok. No, thank you either. This might take us a little while to find the right tile. But we have to make sure we're not going to completely bin our army again, because it might have cost us a little bit earlier losing 1,000 troops. It will cost us a lot more this time. Alright. Yeah, check that. Pretty sure I've checked that one. Yeah, I have. On that one. And that one. 2, 3, 4. Yeah, checked all of those. Yeah, just keep an air win on these level 6 mobs is much better. Don't mind too much speeding up her returns if she's keeping the grain flowing in. Oh, that's quite a long way away. That might be out of range. No, it's just in range. Off we go then. Someone else is doing the same. Stormy over here. This one's mine, Storm. And we did pick up another. Keep pinning things I don't want to pin with my big sausage fingers. Did get another 10,000 gold tip, so we'll continue to just send whomever towards that just to keep the gold coming. Very useful, of course, for upgrading our troops. We'll keep those coins flowing in as well. I think our heal finished. It did. 33 militia, there we go. What's next on the 130 list then? Where's the next one? Oh, I don't want the one touching CS Heroes base. I'll take that one then. He's quite spread out. I think it's because we haven't taken the tiles to link it yet. Once a lot of these 90s get taken, we'll be a lot more linked up to a lot of the 130s, so they'll become a lot more available. What have we got in reports section then? Let's see what people are going. Van is taking 90s with the Khaldoon. She's found the same thing, that those Khaldoons are nice and easy to defeat. TX is hitting 60s. He's only level 13, so don't blame him. But he has hit Agzok with Trolls, which is definitely one I'd avoid. Similarly with Chiz hitting LOTR, though he hasn't had too bad of a result. He actually hasn't lost too many on that, so that's not too bad. However, he then also hit... Oh, this is a mob sweep, sorry. Level 6 mob sweep. And Shagrat continuing to lose a lot of troops. And then last, a level 10 mob with a seal door. That's not too bad. So this must be his new hunter grounds that he's built, allowing him to now use a seal door. And actually, that's a really fantastic report. Something we might have to look into sooner rather than later. Ugluk with sappers. What have we got here then? That doesn't look too bad. I could be mad, but that looks really easy. Now sappers deal a lot of fire damage, so what it means is I am going to have to steal the chest piece off of Dwalin. Sorry, Dwalin. He's going to have to use this one for now. So we want to reduce that fire damage coming from the sappers, but I don't see there being a massive issue. I could be about to hemorrhage troops. I could be about to make a huge mistake once again, but let's go. Gabrice Wozniak. Hello, can someone tell me something about Angmar? Some negative and positive sides. Not particularly in this season, as of course we're not playing a regular roleplay server, or not playing a regular non-roleplay server either, but we are playing Kings of Men, so there's not factions at all. You kind of construct your own kingdoms. Generally for Angmar, if you're playing roleplay, I'm not a big fan of their tier 4 unit, the Fallen. I find it's not great with most evil side, though of course it's very good in non-roleplay. I'm also not a huge fan of the land. It's pretty sparse resource-wise, this tundra land. Lots of there's not any huge pools of resource or anything like that, and there's a lot of gaps in it, so I don't think it's particularly resource rich. And you get pinned at the top of the map, and you get very quickly pushed by Erebor from the east and Arnor from the south, sometimes also Linden as well from the west. So you quite quickly, you also sometimes get Lothlorien coming north as well, so you quite quickly get crushed between very popular factions. Additionally, to get to the ring, you have to go through Lothlorien to be able to get there, so you're not in a great position for the ring either in Angmar, so I'm not a huge fan of them personally. They can be strong. I've played them in one of my Season 2 servers. We didn't win, however, and we probably should have done, so I think that's pretty telling. But yeah, not a huge favourite of mine, Angmar. Four breakers. Oh. I don't want the 150 whatever militia going in there as well. Right, let's see how Gandalf does here. It's going to be a tough one. He is taking it quite early. It's a high level tile. The army's going to be level 25 and we're level 16. So I'm expecting losses. I just don't know how many losses to expect. I could be, again, really shooting my shot too early here. But we're also going to get this going and finish these as well. Reason being is we now can pass to the next chapter, get more tile limit and a lot more stone in the bag. 6 more items for this. How are we looking, Gandalf? Ooh, pretty heavy losses. So what have we... We've lost about half, he's lost about half. But we've also leveled up. I think I might leave him in there. It's not the worst, it could have been a lot worse. We'll just leave him to draw out then for a minute. So we've got a lot of other resources in now. We're time for us to decide on our next move. What do we need for 9, 9 and level 20? Level 20 is not coming anytime soon. I suppose these 130s, if we're going to hit those, are going to get us around 20,000 XP a time, so we will level up relatively quickly. So maybe the conscription post is the way to go. First off, we need troops. Now, do we actually go for the knights here? Or the ranger? The knights are going to take ages though, aren't they? Let's go for the knights, just so we have some mounted troops, because I think these buffs are really good. So if we can get some knights in, they take massively less melee damage. That could be very, very useful to us. I probably shouldn't have spent as much as I did there upgrading them, but still useful. We're going to be using those tier 2s for a while. The Spearman's buff I don't think is that great. It doesn't reduce the damage you take, whereas the Knight definitely does. So that could be very useful. Just spent, I'm acutely aware, just spent all of our new grain as well. 16,000 stone needed for this. Military Academy, we need 30. A lot of our acceleration is probably going to come once we reach ring level 10, which is probably going to be about 2 hours, maybe 3 hours away. Then we can gather. Hopefully by then we'll have maybe taken, well, I'll probably try and take at that point a 150 stone, gather off that, and just massively accelerate. A little bit concerned how this draw is going to go. Just thinking that because of the fact that there's time running out on the tile, it might be wise. Well, if this draws, depending on what the draw's like, I might send another commander over just to finish it off. We'll see. Right, we got 5 more slots for home again, so let's just see power wise where everyone is. Minime's 850, let's get her in. Fandom's 800 as well. Elminster's at 700, slow as well, 590. How many we got? One more spot. Who's next up? That would be Power Chicken. And up to, and with 70 people, we should be, yeah, 30k ahead now. Home is on fire. Oh, that was another draw, and it's not a great draw. We're just going to send King of Men in here to finish that off. We are murdering our troops out here. But no worries, because we can speed through and we get 70% of them back courtesy of our lovely buff. King of Men in 3 minutes time should get here and finish that off. There's only 200 troops left, so shouldn't take any losses either. But that was rougher than I expected, to be honest. Got a good amount of experience out of it though, but we lost a huge number of troops. I'm going to get 16,000. Still worth looking out, I think, for Maltok and stuff like that. So I'm still going to keep looking. It's not going to deter me from my mission to take 130s, just because I had one slightly dodgy one, and it is going to level us up a hell of a lot faster. Grenge LULW. First time non-RP, right? Good luck and best regards from the Reaper's Legion. JR knows our leader. Thank you very much for the best of luck. Yes, this is my first time in RP, and I'm definitely making mistakes along the way, but you know, we'll get there. Little by little. Thank you for the best wishes. Do. 1 minute we'll have this tile, which will be our first 130. And we also get a Matham token out of it as well. We're still not finding easy armies on any of these tiles. This game does not want to hand me an easy out. It seems to be trying to force me to use to lose as many troops as possible. Check 2 more. Come on, give us a Maltok or a Usra, please. Please, I am begging. What's up? Red Reyes here. Thank you for joining, Reyes. I love some of your work on the CMPS server. Really awesome stuff on there. Really enjoy it. Particularly the guide I spoke to you about previously, the 24-hour guides and the combat guides. Really awesome work. Be a little bit careful with the grain here, as of course nuking our troops is costing a lot of grain to heal them back up. Despite, even though we're speeding it up, it's still costing grain. It's underrated how much resource we use doing that. Right, so Eowyn's pretty decent. Level 6. See if this is in range. No, unfortunately not. So we're going to struggle with sweeps here as well. No more streamer luck anymore. No, unfortunately not. Last season, I swear, I was just finding easy tile after easy tile. Not today. Did get that 130 finally. Let's put all those spearmen and militia off. Call King of Men back. Collect our Matham token. We're about to get 5 more from this, and then reinforce Gandalf. Not a pretty sight, our barracks at the minute. Not pretty at all. Not the end of the world, it's not pretty. Andreas, learned from your videos. Oh, thank you, I appreciate it. I'm glad they were helpful. Right, 130s. What more can we find? I want to take one more 130 before I cut away from the afternoon, as it is getting rather warm in this room. And I want to take the dog out for another nice walk. One more 130, but we have to be able to find one to scout first. There's not a huge amount in range. What do we got? Agzok over here as well. I faced against that army before, and I remember from last season it absolutely butchered me, so I'm going to learn from last season, not make the same mistake again. Haven't really got any more scout armies coming, to be honest. There's 2 units healing, so hopefully those will form the next ones. We got beaten for the first time by BTCH, Evil RP Group, Strong Bunch. Yeah, I have seen that group before. Definitely heard that they've got some strong commanders, so I would like to come up against them myself, I think, with home at some point. It just depends when we end up running into each other, basically. Definitely something I'd like to do. That's the reason we've come to non-role play, actually, is because we were struggling so much to find, competitive role play servers. Because it feels like whenever you get a role play server that's got a lot of big teams in it, either if it's evil side, they tend to pull out when they see that there's a lot of stacked good side, which you can't always blame them. Or the server gets split in half, and then when it splits, you end up with 2 kind of half shell servers, which just aren't really worth the time. So yeah, I'd love to run to another big group, hopefully in a stacked server. Sorry to hear you got beat, but hopefully you had a good season nonetheless. I think some of the most fun seasons I've had in this game have actually been the seasons where we've lost, because it's just constant action that way. You're just constantly scrabbling for barracks and everything like that. It does make it really good fun. Right, we've got a few scouts out and about. Please find a Maltok. Got another Agzok. We need a sweep for Eowyn, but I don't want... There's going to be none in range, are there? They're all just outside our range. It's level 12, 10. We tried on a level 10 earlier and the losses were just too big. So I don't think sweeping's an option at the minute. Add an A. We are not getting the luck with these tiles. Come on, give us an easy tile. Just one. It's because I said it was going to be my last tile. The game doesn't want me to pull away. Right, 22 more skirmishers. As you can see, we've just scouted all of them in the area. Nice big cluster over here, but they're all kind of linked together. And they're 5 or 6 minute marches, all of them. Let's go for this one. I definitely didn't say. Okay. Any more troops? Nope. I've got nothing building either. It does frustrate me when I've got nothing building, but it's just a case of waiting for that stone to come through so that we can get that military academy. And that definitely will help with these losses, getting that military academy in early. Yeah, we got split by our group and ended up playing with RUSC. So yeah, you got so you went in with the server as well and it got split in half. It's so frustrating when that happens. It's most fun for you as well. Yeah, see, the servers when you get beat actually end up being incredible fun. As long as you're a group that doesn't pack in, doesn't give up. It's just pure action and it's so much fun. CMPS versus home RP, or we could do CMPS and home in King of Men. Ooh. Well, Warlord, you've played with us previously. Played with us quite a few seasons ago. It's definitely something you'd have to speak to JR about. Not something I'd be against, definitely. Depends which allies we're playing with in each server, obviously. So we can only have 3 fellowships to make up a kingdom. So, fellowship production, we're still about 30k ahead. X-Hub have really accelerated now, pulled 4k ahead of power. 2B actually is catching up with power a little bit here. And then Drum is on 47, a huge chunk away from current 6th place. We are still in 3rd, but only just one more of these 130 power tiles. And we will go up to 1st place once we eventually find the Holy Grail. That is a Maltok. That is a Maltok. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a Maltok. Our prayers have been realised now. It's going to take us 4 minutes to march here, so we have to be a little bit careful here. You guys are killing it. Yeah, we are. The homies are on absolute fire this morning. They're just absolutely... That's what we are. We're just kings of the farming, evidently. We are just absolute farmers. Everyone logged in bright and early to get their share. But we do have, it's worth noting on that, we do have 70 members in our fellowship. Of course, that's because we've been going so quickly that we have more members, but so it's all kind of much for muchness. But we have 86k across 70 members, whereas, for example, X-Hub is 55k across 61, so they have, almost 10 less members. Similarly, Power, 10 less members. To be 10 less, we have a lot more at the minute, so that's a big chunk of that gap. But that's not to take anything away from the homies who are just absolutely flying. A lot, and it's not like the regions are absolutely crowded. If you look up here around me, none of this is taken. We've got one guy up here, but there is just swathes of empty space at the minute. So it's not like it's too crowded. If we take a look at some of our teammates' areas. Where's Guguja? There we go. He's just southeast of me. There we go. There's still space. Look, plenty of open space. Just tiles upon tiles that haven't been claimed yet. So we're not too crammed in at the minute, which is good. I think this here is going to be the telling, how viable 130s are going forward. Because if we can't, we took quite a lot of loss on that last 130, I think due to the sappers. If we get high loss here, then that would suggest it's a kind of a bit of a no-go, basically. Because this tile should be the easiest, literally the easiest 130 possible. Because you've got Maltok, whose skills, he's got Interrogator, which increases damage to enemies subject to madness, but he doesn't inflict madness in any of his skills. Or his bone. Oh, he does inflict in his bone mass. I suppose there's a tiny chance of him getting plus 6% damage, but that's almost nothing. And then it's Wargs damage dealt, healing for Wargs, defense for Wargs. His troop composition, no Wargs at all. Pikemen and Marauders. So almost all his skills increase, are designed for Wargs, and he doesn't have any. So this is the easiest possible 130 tile. If we take a lot of losses on this, then we might have to go back to the 90s. But we should take this pretty easily. And once it's taken, we'll go up to level 18 as well. So we're getting close to that level 20 mark as well, required for our chapter progression. So it might be time to start looking towards here and maybe exchanging a little bit of lumber. In fact, we're going to do that. Exchange a little bit of lumber to get up to the 18.5 that we need to get the conscription post going. There we go. So we'll just keep moving forwards. We're almost ring level 9 as well. And once we get to ring level 10, we can gather, and that's again when our building can accelerate and we can use a few speed ups to get there, and hopefully we can get towards tier 3 troops this evening as quickly as possible. What I need to do in the meantime is we have 20 stamina left on Gandalf, so I can probably take 1 or 2 more tiles, but I need to start sweeping with these two and see if they can take, maybe waste a few more troops, but see if we can take level 10 sweeps just to get the grain in, get the resources in, because we need resources pretty desperately. Right, let's see this 130 tile. So we didn't take it immediately. We did take about 20k of losses, and we're going to take a little bit more when the draw plays out, but we did take half of Maltok's army. So this is doable, but not exactly ideal. So in my opinion, if you're at this stage and you're looking to take a 130 power tile, I'd probably recommend waiting to level 18, or maybe until you've got to the next stage of your military academy, because those 200 troops will make a difference. Anyway, with that, I think we've just tipped past the 6-hour mark for the stream, so I think this is where we're going to call it. Hopefully, I've shown you guys what not to do with some of my mistakes, particularly in the early part of this episode, but I think we've pulled it back. Once we capture this, we should go number 1 in production. So hopefully you guys have enjoyed watching, and I'm going to look to try and do another stream again tomorrow, just so everyone can keep up to date with the progress of this server, and I will try and stream it regularly. So make sure to check in as and when those are available. I tend to do them more in the mornings, perhaps around 9 o'clock until midday, and I'll try and announce in various places for anyone who wants to know when and where I'll be doing those. Anyway, thank you to everyone who's checked in, and thank you to all my viewers who have kept watching throughout this stream. I really, really appreciate it, and I really hope to see you on the next one.